Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their
The Pro League is comprised of two regular season splits. The Split 1 regular season features 4 regions made up of 30 teams, seeded into 3 groups of 10 teams each. Pro League teams will begin by competing in a triple round-robin format, where each group plays a match series against every other group 3 times. After these matches have been completed, the top 20 teams according to the regular season standings will compete in the regional finals. At the conclusion of the regional finals, 40 teams, including teams from all 6 ALGS regions, will have qualified for the Split 1 playoffs.
And hello and welcome back to the Apac North Pro League. It is already day number 4, just the week before the do take our 3-week break. It is the Group B versus C. Back at it again. My name is Steve Frog with the Rex of the League, of course, for today's set of games. And it has been an interesting week, to say the least. A lot of players swapping around, a lot of teams deciding midway that this might not be the team that I want to stick with, and the other team looks more interesting. So, yeah, roster mania, not really a mini roster mania, quite the roster mania here for Apac North. So it's going to be interesting to see how the other teams adjust to their newer players, how some of the teams are going to perform with these newer factors coming into effect, possibly. So there is going to be some new stuff going on right now. Of course, Resh being promoted to the, or actually no, he's just staying on Diaz. It's a whole different role this time. Borez, of course, once again now on Diaz, and Gucci making his way into Tech Wing into another role, of course, and Libelace is now a free agent this time. So it's been interesting what's going on behind the scenes, and especially with how recent some of these changes are. I wonder if the teams are now used to their respective players. But anyways, it has been an interesting few weeks here in APAC North. So far, it has been one team actually leading the charge for the overall standings, and that has been Riddle Order at first place, scoring second place in their first two sets here in the Pro League, and in round two they scored another second placing in terms of the points, and they got a very solid third. So always in the top five, Riddle Order is at this very moment, but we are not going to see them just yet as they are in Group A. But we in second, it is going to be Fnatic, who's actually playing in this first set, and they have been nothing short of amazing, of course, getting that maximum points here in round three, round two, or not round three, day three, round two, with 26 points, being so far ahead that that we had to give them some extra points. So Fnatic doing their best to try and catch up to Riddle Order, who currently has a 9-point lead in first place. But Reject Winity not too far behind at 69 points, of course. So, you know, these three teams gonna have to be the ones to watch out for going into these few games. So doing a bit of focus here into Group B versus C. The top 10 teams in both of these brackets are Pulverex and Fnatic, of course, was already mentioned, and Crazy Raccoon, who didn't really have the best time in the recent scrims, actually placing 10th in terms of the scoreboard. So maybe they're going to try to see if they can redeem themselves going into the actual games this time. And speaking of redemption, Kenotrope at 9th, and despite not the best day one position that they put themselves in, really brought themselves back going into their day two performance, scoring first in the day two in the B versus C matching. So the last time we saw all of these teams duke it out, it was actually, you know, Kenotrope coming out in the first place. And I wonder if they can replicate the same thing. They had a very stellar Storm Point, with the exception of round one, and their World's Edge, where they did get two good placements and they did get the win with the 17 kills. But still, it was an entirely different Kenotrope that we did see going into that day two. So maybe it is going to be them trying to ride that momentum going into day four in this B versus C matchup, and a whole lot of teams still playing some catch-up as well in this game, just like Enter Force 36 and just like Fennel at the moment, trying to claw their way right back up into the standings. As at the moment, Fennel sitting at 15th, and Enter Force 36, who we expected to be one of those teams that can really light up the leaderboards, but unfortunately we haven't seen that just yet, and they are just sitting in 13th in the overall scoreboard. So it hasn't been the best of times here for these two teams. However, there is opportunities to close on out into the top 10, as the gap is not actually that big. It's like 7 points. So one really good day coming in from one of these teams can definitely put them right back up into contention to get into that split one playoffs, which is very, very soon. We only have 2 match days left before we can call these teams and go into that playoffs, of course. And we do see the schedule right in front of us. We are on match day number 6, and we're gonna go right into 7 right after this, of course. But we're gonna go B versus C first. But just like we said, it is only basically 2 whole days left before we do reach into the finals down in March 9th. And there is going to be a 3-week break in between, and I wonder what the teams are, or what form these teams are going to take when we do have that when we do have that 3-week break, trying to adjust to this new season and everything, as a whole lot of changes going into season 20. Not gonna lie, a lot upgrades, the armor cores, the upgrades to the legends themselves, a whole lot of things to study, not just for the players, but also for the talents as well. So gonna be interesting to see once the changes do come in, how it actually changes the meta, how it shapes how we play Apex Legends, and how the future of Apex is going to look like with these new factors to think about. And I'm pretty much excited to see what Season 20 has to offer. Honestly, a whole lot of meta shifting changes. I saw the Crypto Ultimate being the size of the entire Earth at this point. So, it's going to be quite a doozy once these teams figure out what the meta and what the best Legends are going to be going into that Season 20. So I'm actually excited to see how the APAC North teams specifically played these new Legends. I mean, the amount of variety that we do have picks, I mean, considering that Bangalore is still very prevalent in this region, there is, some weird picks that we do see from the other teams, just like TechWing. They do have Anaya on that iconic Revenant. And I wonder what the Revenant is going to look like once the upgrades do come in. But for now, guys, we are going to do the reverse of what we have been seeing so far here in Pro League. We are going to go World's Edge first and going to take a look at the contests. It's actually NSD Gaming versus Play Outside, duking it out here in Lava. So it's going to be interesting to see how that one is going to pan out. I mean, we have been seeing a whole lot less, how do you say this, contests. I mean, there is a option here for either NSD or Play Outside to actually go into Dome, since Fennel has already taken over what is next to it. So, going to be interesting to see if the teams actually decide to opt in for the fight this time.
Here's a good spot to touch down.
And we are gonna go into the game. Game number 1 here of B versus C in APAC North. World's Edge is gonna be the map itself. Gonna be some interesting stuff to see. Overlook is gonna have that blue circle, of course. A lot more loot for whoever is landing there, and that is gonna be Papico, so they're gonna be happy about that. But we are already spotting some action going on in the map itself. It is Play Outside versus NSD Gaming. And Play Outside already looking for something on the inside, ironically. But whoever is on the roof is not going to be for long, because there's already a climb up happening from the side of Play Outside. And Watage already tagged up a bit, but doesn't want to go too far forward. And what is the option here for the side of Play Outside? I mean, really have barely any information here for the side of NSD Gaming, so maybe they don't want to opt in for the fight yet. Maybe they don't know if anyone got the upgraded armor, but instead NSD is just going to swing as a 3-man in and around the corner. Play Outside, 2 are taken down immediately, and the Conduit used to its maximum, but maybe it's actually going to be Arakana trying to fight back, but no. NSD Gaming in one fell swoop, they got the entirety of Play Outside, and just like that, we do have first blood of the entire day. And unfortunately, Play Outside is going to have to stare at their screens while the rest of the squads do play out. And what a start for them. And Crazy Raccoon, you can see them in the background already making some rotations happening here. But I don't think they're going to touch Lava Siphon anytime soon, as they're still pretty busy in Harvester. But I think they're going to try and see if they can get themselves some more points. But I think it's more about the circle more than the action happening here in Lava. So going to be interesting to see how they're going to slide their way into zone, as Crazy Raccoon, they have been doing that a lot as per recent. They've just been staying inside, playing it safe most of the time. And when the time is right, they actually go for the fights here. So already seeing the circle kind of dragging towards the south of zone, actually. So, going to be interesting to see where that ends up. Could end up in the south of Lava Siphon again, just up north here of launch site, maybe right next to Stacks even. And we're already seeing the teams already making a rotation here. Crazy Raccoon wanting to get that tunnel side maybe, but Fennel already in the position here for the side of launch site, though. They are not going to allow Crazy Raccoon to actually go uphill, and instead Crazy Raccoon is just going to occupy that room instead. Not going to be too crazy here going into that zone, so we're going to wait and see how that is going to pan out, but possibly a run-in maybe for the side of Pulverex, but yeah, not much. This is just classic APAC North action. Everyone's just trying to file on in to the best positions that are already within possibly the round 3 or 4 zone. So Fennel already getting themselves some 30-30s as well. But we're going to see a bit of flyby here. Yeah, I mean, there's already so many teams brawling here in launch site and lava already. And it's going to be an easy rotation for some of the teams here. As Big Mod, yep, that's already out of the picture for most of the teams. E36, you can see them trying to rotate in the background here of launch site. They're probably going to try to hold either the back room or maybe the room on the left here to try and see if they can maybe sneak their way in. Maybe they can catch either Crazy Raccoon or Pulverex by surprise and get themselves a better position within the zone. But for now, it is just rotations. And a whole lot of peacefulness going on at the very moment. But, yeah, already some shots actually flying from some of the players here. I think this is possibly a farm. Never mind, it's not actually a farm. It's a whole fight coming in from the side of Panic and Fennel. Kurihara's already down. Panic trying to get the finish, and he does get the first blood for the side of Fennel. How does Fennel react to this situation? Are they going to try to get their get back, or are they just going to allow E36 to claim stake in this such an important position here in Lava Siphon? No, E36 are just going to go for the full chase instead. They do not want this team to live. They do not want this team to be a future problem in this fight, as Illy trying to run as fast as possible. But you can see Pinoter and Momon don't want to be involved with this fight. They're just going to leave their boy. I don't know if they got their banner. Possibly not, because I don't think they got to the box in time. Instead, E36 actually losing their spot potentially. But Panic, with some good shots on the 30-30, could possibly retake that position. But they can take their sweet time here. It is only the round 1 circle, but E36 wanting to go in and possibly go in harder. Maybe Karchi swing. Oh, Panic. Good shots, but Panic already on 1 HP. Gold is no longer, but he is going to pop that shield bat for now. Aimbot does have that Prowler and could go for the very nice shred. And how ironic it is. Vorez staring at his old team, E36, looking to take them out here in launch site. And this would be such a bittersweet victory if he does get his former team, but I think E36 already opting out of the fight. Conduit ultimates are already popped, and I don't think there's many options for both of the teams here to actually try and go for anything, but still E36 kind of hovering, but I don't think they want to get involved. They know that the circle, there is still quite a lot of time on it, so I think they're probably betting on another team possibly disturbing Diaz with kind of gatekeeping E36 in the backside of launch site at this very moment. Still, not much action going on in and around the map with the exception of these two teams. Everyone just flying their drones. Meanwhile, Diaz fighting tooth and nail just to get this position out of E36's hands. But now they have to worry about their backside this time, because if they make too much noise, this could actually alert some of the other teams who are trying to look for spots in the area. But Crazy Raccoon can actually look for the bigger picture as well. Maybe they can go for a 2-for-1 package if they do decide to go for Diaz and E36 at the same time here. That could clear out launch site potentially, and they could just take it for themselves. But You can already see Fnatic moving in the distance, and that is such a scary sight for any team. And especially they're going in the direction of Crazy Raccoon. I think if they hear the side of Diaz still fighting in this situation, they can go for that rotation. But NSD Gaming getting themselves shot as well. There is a team already occupying the middle of Lava Siphon here, so they do not want to disturb that, at least not now. Still going into that round 2 circle. Longbow here, actually on Kanata. 2x on a longbow could be effective if it does hit the head with a 105. But no. We're just going to stay calm for now, and that is almost 5 squads here in Lava Siphon already. Still, just a whole lot of jostling, whole lot of positioning, whole lot of poking out of these doors, but not much in terms of damage here with the exception of that earlier fight between E36 and Diaz. And speaking of Diaz, you can already see Fnatic actually taking position here in launch site. So what I said earlier, Fnatic, if they can swing through and they can force a fight between Diaz and E36, they can actually get something going. But fortunately, Diaz already opting out of that. I think they kind of smell Fnatic that they're going to try to go for that rotation and maybe just doesn't want to get involved or be sandwiched in that at all. So they just leave E36 to fight Fnatic instead. And E36 come with their position as of now. I wonder if they have any idea that E36 is actually around the area at this very moment. And at the same time, Crazy Raccoon also very close by. So I think Fnatic being very careful in this situation. They don't want to overstep their bounds, especially if as soon as they fight, Crazy Raccoon can just swing through. And for now, I'm just going to see some 30-30 shots flying, possibly, but we already see someone on the outside. 2 down for the side of Fennel, unfortunately, and it is actually Kinotrope Gaming. Good shots in towards their side, and Fennel all falling this early. This is not the best start for their side. SBI Esports, as we turn to them, still trying to get out of that zone. One of the few teams that actually opt in to still play zone here in APAC North. There is NES. There is also Rig, who's also doing the exact same thing. I think the side of Diaz is more forced more than anything because they got fought out of their position. And it is only Pinoter for the side of Fennel. Banners are so far, so he cannot go for the revive just yet. But fortunately for him, there is not anyone in his vicinity as of now here in the tree. And unfortunately, they do not have any supports to go for that crafted banner. But for now, or you see Dosukoi Impact making it rain a bit with some of these weapons. And ooh, it's actually quite the tiny circle. It actually lands exactly where Dosukoi Impact is actually standing. So it is kind of lava-ish. More on the south of lava. Kind of called it, not gonna lie, but you see SBI Esports, who were fresh from the zone. They actually lost Sangrio already, and they only have Army and Mikey left. And Army still suffering the damage of the zone, and he only has syringes. Problem for the side of SBI. There is someone looking on the horizon, and it is Kinotrope Gaming. They don't want them to get into the zone. They want this entire flank to themselves before they can go in. Then the fact that Kinotrope can actually play somewhat of the ramp here in front of NSD, but Pulverex could also be a threat for their position here. But Fnatic, instead, opting out of launch site and is going to fly into the middle of lava instead. And are they going to opt in for a fight? No, they cannot. They're going to use the conduit to buy themselves a bit of time here. And Fnatic, are they aware that Anemone and the boys is also in the same general area and can actually affect their placing? Soleil Gaming is also here, but they're more playing the low ground of the bridge to try and hide from the sightlines of the team that's currently occupying that top side of lava.
Hostile, danger close.
And it is going to be coexistence for now. And Sinak from side of O2 Esports, also a rat. So there's already 2 rats in the lobby, one for Fennel, one for O2 Esports. could go deeper in this game, and Meteor also losing their Bangalore super early, but fortunately for them, they do have a crypto,
My marker.
so they can maybe go for a respawn beacon, maybe tap it as soon as it does go up, maybe when the zone is closing in while everyone's distracted. But for now,
This place there.
there's everyone just finding right back in. It's actually Fennel getting the res right back up to their teammates, so it's no longer just a rat. Instead, it is all three members as they do pop the Rolling Thunder just to play the underbelly of what is left of launch site here. But Momon is going to go down, and they need Momon revived immediately here before he does get left behind. But here comes Center Force 36 looking for the capitalization, looking for the punish, but Aimbot gets beamed right into his head. Decides to go back into his room. Doesn't want anything to do with this low ground team, as I think the other teams, they do have a clue of what is happening here on the bottom side of launch site, as they can maybe take advantage of Fennel and get some additional KP, but everyone's too busy fighting in lava at this very moment. So Layla Gaming a bit hesitant to push here. There is a smoke right in front of them.
Right in my space.
Don't want to go too far forward here, and I think they could be finding Fnatic in the low ground, but no. There's still someone on the other side. Crazy Raccoon, Dogma is actually here. So all of the teams from the side of launch site just launched themselves to the other side of the map, possibly with a balloon. And you can already see all of the teams collecting in the front side. 6 squads total here. Actually, 9 squads total here in lava. So most of the lobby is playing in one of these buildings. And TIE being one of them.
Enemy spotted.
But for now, they're just going to be sitting there. They're going to be doing a whole lot of sinning at this very moment. Ooh, X-Ties actually deciding to play the middle of everything in this zone. But Crazy Raccoon, ooh, already losing Junghee. That means those temp shields are already down. And NSD Gaming, they could possibly go for the punish, but no, it's actually them fighting Papico instead, going in towards the second floor. Conduit ultimate not going to be popped just yet. Nice discipline on that ultimate. Don't want to pop it. Maybe want to reserve that for round 5 for the next fight here. Conduit ultimates could be a game changer, but Soleil Gaming, they lose archery so quickly. No chance to pop that Conduit 2. Instead, Crazy Raccoon just now can get the armor swap on that napkin, but the instant reinforce from the Catalyst blocking the way of every single member here. But Soleil Gaming still trying to fight. Archery already being down. That means it's only Peace and Sunny left for the side of Soleil Gaming, and you can see the kill feed is just raining absolute hell all over the place. Dosukoi is out, Reignite is out, TIE is out, and SBI is out as well. So many teams who opted in to play Edge now eliminated instantly. And we can still see the fights going on here in Lava Siphon. Papico fighting most of the low ground teams as possible here, but I think they're looking to try and gain some position on this God Rock. But Meteor is already in the area, already taking that position. Fnatic, of course, still alive and alive here, is going to use the Conduit to the best of her abilities here. One of those teams who can really maximize her temp shield and try and fight as much as possible off of it. Already some low ground focus going on. Justna is out from an Arcstar, and Illy, really good shots here on Kurohara. So I think these are most of the teams who are also coming in from the backside of launch site, starting to go for the pokes as well. And X-Ties, who were actually here first, not gonna be disturbed for now. Instead, it is gonna be Yudu actually helping E36 with some of these finishes, and NSD Gaming playing the underside of the bridge with that Newcastle ultimate, blocking the fights, blocking the bullets coming in temporarily for now. As Fnatic, you can see the rotation coming in from the left side. Great use of the smokes. No one can see anything, and Fnatic can sit on low ground for a while here. Try and pop as much bats as possible, and it is only Meteor with the duel. Instead, great damage coming in from UKF once again, turning into burst and turning into automatic with the Prowler, and he eliminates Meteor. But can they go much further? Rolling Thunder's already popped. from another Bangalore, from another team, but Fnatic doing a great job. The smokes blocking a whole lot of vision here from the side of Soleil Gaming, and there's already also a fight happening in the low ground. Synapse getting absolutely beamed by everyone as E36 is eliminated. As we go back to Fnatic, they try to harass the team inside the car as much as possible, and here comes the Havoc Hipfire doing so much damage, and X-Ties also eliminated despite being first here in the zone. Great shots and great fights from Kinotrope going into the low ground, so it's a low-high situation going on between Fnatic and Kinotrope. And there are still teams within lava rotating so late, and we can see the swing out finally from Anemone and the boys as the catwall is going to go through. Good late catwall, but can it serve them enough to just block off Fnatic off of the car? And where is Kinotrope in all of this madness? They are still on the low ground. Papico trying to do as much poking as possible. So there are two teams on the low ground. So there's NSD Gaming and there's also Kinotrope. I wonder if Kinotrope is going to try to look for Papico here and maybe clear just their side of the map. But round 6 closing very, very close. They do have plenty of cover going into this one, but it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle. They do want to loot some of these boxes, as I think they know that they have the at least their beacon side secure here. Fnatic still dealing with so much of these ults going into the backside, and it seems like NSD and Papico decide to clash. Whoever gets third gonna get the better game here. Black Hole in the middle of everything. Fnatic trying to get a piece of the pie, and Papico's eliminated as NSD gets third. And here comes Kinotrope Gaming and Fnatic. They finally get the clash going as the last two teams finally go down. But 128 good shots coming in here from Mia K. Alpha, can he get right back up? Deciding to pop some meds at first. The cap wall actually delaying, but Yuka is going to be the first one down for the squad. Satsuki, oh, good shots with the R9 from Likyu, but oh no. Leica's probably going to go down. No HP, no armor, no nothing. The cat wall can't even protect you, and Kinotrope Gaming with a statement to make this first game as they too take the first World's Edge.
We have our Apex champions.
just wish he knew. I just wish he knew.
And hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Apac North Pro League match day number 6. But we are realistically here more on day number 4 more than anything. Almost here in game 2. Game 1 just concluded, of course. Kinotrope Gaming with first place all the way up to 26 points. NSD with 22. Fnatic with a second place in this game, actually getting third. X-Ties getting fourth. And Papigo, I actually expected to be a lot more deeper. For sure, a lot more deeper in this game, but I don't think they got more kills than NSD. NSD actually kind of went down the same time as Papico here, but I think they got more of the advantage going into that one. But yeah, going to be interesting to see what's going to happen here in the next few games. Of course, we are on our second game of this set, and here we go. Good old World's Edge, of course, and a lot of teams still having to play a bit of catch up here. So, going to be interesting to see how that pans out for some of the teams here. And going to wait and see what is about to happen. Last time it did have a south pulling zone, and it did pull in towards the side of a lava. So, going to be interesting to see if that pops out there once again as well. So, back to the game we go.
Let's touch down here.
And let's see. A whole lot of teams still have yet to perform, and NSD Gaming, we didn't really see their true form in that last game. Neither have Play Outside as well. But we're gonna wait and see what is about to happen in this game, and I think it is just gonna be another NSD Gaming versus Play Outside fisticuffs here in the lava. We are going to see what is about to happen here. And NSD Gaming, I wonder what they do get first. Play Outside. It's a bit of a Sentinel. Ooh, bit of a G7 Scout here for Tanpopo. So, really good loot for the side of Play Outside so far. Mozambique even, but oh, Atage getting absolutely shredded by that L-Star, and NSD Gaming got the better of the 50-50 loot here in Lava Siphon. However, Play Outside, they're going to opt in possibly for the roof position first, but I don't think that's going to actually help with anything, as NSD Gaming, they do like to play inside at first. They maybe look for as much information as possible with the footsteps kind of pitter-pattering here in the roof, and going to decide to swing possibly just a single member. So, going to have to be really good positioning here from the side to Play Outside in order for them to not get caught again, because last time NSD Gaming, they just swung the corner, and yeah, I mean, they Play Outside just ate the dirt basically, as Arikana got swung really hard here and couldn't really do anything for that matter. But NSD, they do have the armor advantage so far, so they're gonna stay on top of things here on the side of Lava Siphon, as Play Outside still kind of forced to play that roof position. But NSD, they do want to go for a fight right now. But fortunately for the side to Play Outside, they do have that Bloodhound to keep tabs of this team. And it seems like Tanpopo wants to make the first move with this Sentinel. Does get the 88, but can he get another hit in? 79 on the purple. And Play Outside, they can actually maybe try and see if they can contest the inside of that cart before it does leave, but the speed is already there on the second part, as NSD Gaming, actually the one to end up wounded here in lava, is gonna look to see if they can just loot. In this situation, they don't want to opt in for the fight just yet, and they at least get the west side here of Lava Siphon, and it seems like Play Outside, they are just gonna get the south side instead. So, going to be some coexistence for now between these two teams. Not what I expected here in Apac North, who are a bit more greedy when it comes to their POIs. But for now, I feel like Play Outside looking to play for the bigger picture here. But the zone, oh, it's going to end up in the middle. Oh my word, is this a monument zone? It could just be a monument zone, and it could end up either south or maybe near the bridge, if I do have my circle quiz knowledge right. It's probably not either of those, but let's see. Maybe I am right the second time this time. But Volvarex already, we can see them walking past Harvester, where E36 is occupying the POI at this very moment, and they are looking a bit violent. They're actually poking at the other squad, but meanwhile, speaking of poke, Fennel poking in for a fight in the tunnel already. And they get the first downgrade spray here from Pinother with the Digi-Threat, but Monzi gets one first instead. Fennel already one player down for their side, as Diaz Got the better position, got the better damage, got the better nade in. And Diaz, maybe they can go for the swing all the way here. This is a wounded team with 2 legends almost down. But they do have the conduit, so they do have the temp shields to maybe work with here. But Flores trying to see if he can just get away as much as possible. But Fennel is finally eliminated. But Diaz, they don't know that there's actually a third party coming in from the backside. Great shots here from the side of a Chaoson. And I think this might just be an easy cleanup for the side of Vortex Wolf as both Diaz and Fennel eat the dirt. And it seems like so much loot plus the vault being open as well. Oh my word, Vortex Wolf is gonna eat so much of this loot before going into the zone. So they are gonna be one of those teams to watch out for. If ever you do run into them, they're gonna have those triple purples possibly. And Vortex Wolf already looking very formidable before going into the zone itself. Still, there's somewhat of a wrap here in Monument. Pulverex already opting in for the unnamed buildings here on the south side of Monument. So they're going to be taking position for now. There is a few buildings there that are... There is a few pieces of cover there that you can actually play. But Number 436 already seeing themselves at the top of the hill. Play outside. Fresh from Lava Siphon is now going to run into another team, possibly an E36 going in for the balloon instead. Are they going to get any downs? And yes, they will. Aimbot going to eat the lava. And Irakana with some nice shots on that 30-30 E36. And it seems like they have to leave Aimbot behind first. No man left behind is not a thing here in Apex Legends, as unfortunately their teammate gets turned into a death box and looted into absolute hell. But Arakana getting poked already near where the position of Pulverex is. I think the objective here for FDN is to try and prevent play outside to go into their side, and instead just kind of force them to play that choke point near the mountain, possibly delaying them enough that NSD Gaming could actually come into their backside and see if they can disturb this team and maybe take the top of the hill for themselves, but play outside. I think in terms of the body language here, maybe they do want to go the longer way around, possibly near the cave on Landslide, but that's going to take a whole another trip for them if ever they do opt in to do so. And granted, that is maybe the safer rotation. It is O2 Esports that you do have to go up against. And I think that'd be a bit more of a confident fight for them in this situation. But Fnatic already opting in to go for the rotation. I think they've already done their due looting here in Lava Fisher. Trials is also taken. But what is Fnatic trying to look for here? They're actually looking towards Countdown. And maybe they're going to target the crafting here. Yes, possibly. They're going to do a little bit of crafting. Maybe there is not too much loot that they got from Lava Siphon, from Trials. So they're going to look to opt in for maybe just a bit of ammo. I mean, 3 of them do have purple. So Fnatic already kitted up for this round 4-5 circle already. And O2 Esports inside of this tunnel. Pulverex is actually right next to them, so Catball is going to have to be spent if they do want to rotate safely in this situation. And they already spot FDN on the end of the bridge, already looking on the other side of this Catball. And O2 Esports, they do make it where there is a little bit of a cover here near the tracks. But they have to be careful. Pulverex, a team that can take heads off with their respective snipers. And Hammerdrill even having a charge rifle here. They do have the generator for that little bit of safety. For now, of course. Just recharging most of these armors. And oh, that's what I was talking about. Coda, man. The first victim of the headshot from the charge rifle takes away some of the health and all of his armor. And that is what happens when you do mess with Pulverex. But Pulverex, instead, there's like there's a team right behind us. Why not? We're going to fight forward and maybe try and see if we can get a choke point up in this hill. Since Play Outside is actually not even looking at their position. They're looking to see if they can gatekeep either NSD or X-Ties on the backside. And Pulverex is going to get this position for free. What is going to be the reaction here from the side of Play Outside? Are they going to slide right back up the hill? No, they're just going to not disturb this at all. They're just going to stay on the bottom side instead. And Pulverex, I think, since they were aware of their presence earlier, going to be looking slightly left here. But I don't think it's the end of the game plan. Yeah, they're still going to rotate using the Bangalore smokes. And this is why having that Bangalore, especially going into this round 3 or 2 to 5, those rotations that you have to make in order to possibly get more points. But Pulverex is actually pulling slightly away from the dotted circle instead. Are they going to be playing a bit of edge here? Maybe try and look for a team that is rotating from the choke point in towards the southwest side. And that might just be it. X-Ties and Vortex Wolf in the exact same spot. X-Ties maybe having to try and go for a balloon here, but Vortex Wolf taking their sweet time rotating in the zone. They don't want to show their cards just yet, but Pulverex is also in the area. So Vortex Wolf, if they are not careful, they are just going to run straight into a 3-man, and I think Vortex Wolf does not have any other choice in the matter. And oh, it's actually Pulverex getting surprised, and I thought it was actually the game plan from the side of Pulverex in the first place, so maybe they were expecting no team to come from their backside instead. Vortex Wolf with the immediate flank, with the immediate beam, absolute damage coming in from the side of Vortex Wolf, but Umi-chan gets 2 with the bolt. Very nice shots from the side of Pulverex to save the situation, as expected of Umi-chan. And Hammer Drill trying to go for the finish. Vortex Wolf is out, but there is another squad in the matter. Have you forgotten about Dosukoi Impact, who was also in the process of rotating in the zone? Just so happened to get so many freebies after that Pulverex win. After that fight, they got 6 bodies worth of loot here, so they are going to be enjoying those upgrades. They're going to be enjoying those attachments. They're going to be enjoying those armor upgrades. Oh, but Fnatic also dealing with their own demons on the other side, but they're going to be fine. Soleil Gaming immediately eliminated. So this is on the bottom side of the bridge, actually, right next to the track. So this is a good position to take, as oh, this is the end zone, possibly. It's actually near the train tracks. So that underside is going to be very important. I think Fnatic kind of wishing that they did have Pulverex's lineup, as you can just Newcastle one side, get so much cover, but they're going to have to work with their current lineup as of now. Kenotrope Gaming, winners of last game, looking to get the second dub in a row here in World's Edge, and already kitted up. BK on red already, and is going to look to see if he can maybe see some red numbers on the screen, and already a down here for Mikey on the other side, but it's actually Meteor at the top of the hill. And there's already some fights going on the other side of the map. NSD, SBI out of the picture. Meteor getting poked from the backside, and Kenotrope has plenty of space to work with on their side of the mountain. But Miyake has other plans. He wants to go for this team so they can dominate the top of the mountain instead. But a bit of looting going on, making sure that they do have enough ammo to go for these kills, but they don't want to go too far forward, as Roki's actually looking at the backside. Miyake in a very aggressive position and can lose his life really quick, so he's going to have to use some of these angles to try and not get caught out. Good use of the head glitch, and One Tappy is here to try and help. And Meteor, I think they recognize the situation and try and see if they can do anything, but E36, oh, getting the singular player on towards the side of Dosukoi Impact. Panic, very nice shots with the 30-30, but Yudu is already down for the side of X-Ties, and the pain, the salt in the wound with the EMP, and I think this might be X-Ties, the death on towards Stack side, or on towards Monument side, actually. Oh. Papico looking for the roll-in instead. Prowler from the side of Ray GH. Oh, very nice shots from the Prowler, and he's going to get the finish here on Yudu instead. And we can see on towards the other side, Papico getting the clear So they're going to have a slight spot, but there is a team occupying that building in the front. And by team, I mean it is only Illy from the side of E36. So not much to work with on their side, but we're going to pan on over back to Fnatic as Laika's already down. Oh, but Satuki's already down as well. UKF, all on you, brother. Let's see what the God Hand of Apex can do on that MNK. Kenotrope also running to their own troubles here on towards the choke point. Meteor already out of the question. It's actually Fnatic fighting for the spot here, but they have to fight another squad, and it is a familiar face. Fnatic is going to be out. Crazy Raccoon, though, is in the corner, but they're going to rotate in first. They don't want to get caught by that zone. Kenotrope, though, look at this movement from Mia K. They're trying to hit them into the zone at least. Are they going to get the res? They can't stick it. The zone hurts. Mia K with the smoke. 1 HP. Alpha's going to go down. Oh, Mia K is going to go down as well. One tappy going to have to play the knocks. And they're going to go for the finishes. Kenotrope not going to be for long in this server. They do get top 6, though. Crazy Raccoon. Good positioning. They take out 2 birds with 1 stone in the backside of that one. And we can see the top 5 teams left. Crazy Raccoon at the top of the tracks. O2 Esports opting in for the hill instead. They do have a bit of high ground. They do have the blue container for that cover. So far it is Crazy Raccoon taking position first. And O2 Esports trying to go for maybe a cheeky flank here on Dogma. But they can't go for a 3-man swing as Sinek is still at the top of the hill. But we take it into Reignite. One of the teams that has to rotate from Monument into those train tracks. The bottom side is available at the moment, but I think they're looking for a slight timing where maybe TIE goes first or maybe Papico goes first. So Reignite gonna take their sweet time, but Matsutosh already looking over his shoulder, looking over his smoke if that rotation is available for his team. He does have the conduit ultimate to probably clear out the bottom side of this bridge. And the strat here for Reignite possibly is to try and see if they can force Crazy Raccoon to play the top side of the track instead of the bottom, but it's pretty hard to do so with Crazy Raccoon kind of having all the information that they can gain from that initial fight. They also know where O2 Esports is, so basically this is the best position that they can hope for as soon as this circle does close. They don't have to worry about Reignite. They don't have to worry about TIE. And you don't have to worry about Papico, as I think these 3 teams are actually going to run into each other as soon as that circle closes. And Reignite already peeking around the corner. Conduit Ultimate is already popped. And Papico, you can see the hesitation in the faces here on Papico. And here comes the smoke. Here comes the ultimates from the Conduit and Reignite. Gonna try and shred as much as possible in through that cat wall, but Papico navigating in and around the wall. Great nades. Great damage, but can they get the finish? No, they cannot. Ray GH with the wingman. Oh, just over the knockdown shield, and Reignite gonna be taken down. Ray GH gonna dodge that Arc Star, but is gonna try to play hide and seek. Never mind, he's gonna play shoot and seek instead, and he gets spotted by Crazy Raccoon, who goes over the wall instead. But TIE, opportunity of a lifetime. It's actually Crazy Raccoon stuck in the corner, and TIE can take out one of the big dogs here in the lobby. And Crazy Raccoon actually recovering well. Barely any of them is actually damaged thanks to that catball, and TIE has no choice but to retreat as they worry about that team at the top side of the hill actually griefing them. And O2 Esports looking for the right timing. TIE only a duo now, losing Famous in the process. Crazy Raccoon, despite the precarious situation that they got themselves into at the start of this round 6 circle, they got themselves out. TIE no longer disturbing Crazy Raccoon here, and this might be a grief from 2 squads. No, it's actually just a free rotation. Not much damage. They just run into TIE, who's currently a duo, gets instantly eliminated. Here comes the recovery. Armor swaps instantly for the side of Crazy Raccoon in this 3v3. Good shots from the Bolt, but can they get much more? Just now trying to get the armor swap. Yes, he does. But the damage isn't there from the side of Crazy Raccoon. No, it isn't. It's O2 Esports at the top of the tracks, ready and waiting for the moment of weakness for Crazy Raccoon, and they got the third party and the win in Game 2.
We have our Apex champions.
Do it like that. Okay. Please, best guy, don't stop. Please. Please, best guy, don't stop. Please. Do it like that. Okay. Please, best guy, don't stop. Please. Do it like.
And hello, and welcome back to the ALGS Pro League game number 3 here in match day number 6. It's been quite the stellar game so far with Kinotrope taking first place, and a whole lot of that placement is more on the kills towards their side. NSD with a good second placing, and third place, of course, is right then and there for O2 Esports, who got the dub in that last game. And speaking of last game, this is the last game of World's Edge, of course. And here we go. Could be quite the interesting one, honestly. Fnatic actually in 4th place, tied with O2 Esports at the moment. So, I mean, we expected an explosive start here from the side of Fnatic, but unfortunately, they got denied 2 wins in a row here. Unfortunately, one by Kinotrope and one by the side of O2 Esports, but maybe 3 times is the charm here for Fnatic going into the last game of World's Edge, and maybe they can find themselves some redemption as we do start to fly on over into Storm Point. But good old classic contests at the start of the game, of course. It is going to be Play Outside versus NSD Gaming once again, hitting each other in the Lava Siphon, and one of 2 things will happen, guys. It's either they will fight to the death, or NSD Gaming is going to ride the cart going all the way to the right side here and just loot safely. But here we go, Play Outside. What is going to be the loot for now? R3, Longbow, Volt, and a Devotion. One might want to swap that to a Rampage, my friend, but it is up to you. L-Star for Sumiyoshi has served NSD Gaming well in that last fight, but can they go much further? So, Mastiff and a Rampage. I think Play Outside, you can definitely fight this. Not gonna lie, with the guns that you have, especially the Mastiff, can really be the difference maker, especially when it comes to those CQCs. But NSD Gaming instead, they go the roof route, and they catch one guy off guard. Watage out of position here for the side of Play Outside. And this was the problem going into game 1 on why they actually lost the POI in the first place. POS, one of the members being out of position, or at least in a position where NSD can go for a 3-man swing and instantly beam anyone who's in front of them. And once again, the calls from the side of NSD getting them the dub, and they have the green light to just chase this team out of Lava Siphon. And I think that might just be Play Outside looking to maybe meet somewhere else, as actually Irekana is on the south side, and it seems like Tanpopo found himself on the other side in a container by himself. So Watage maybe taking roof was not the best idea, buddy, because NSD Gaming, they can just queue right on up with that Horizon, get the instant beam, get the instant kill, get you off of their position, and now NSD making sure that POS actually is watching them while they are looting all of the loot that they could have gotten in Lava Siphon. So Play Outside maybe gonna wait for NSD to rotate out of this situation, try and see if they can get the banner, but it is looking too grim for them at the moment, to say the least. So I think that might just be the banner timer actually running out. NSD kind of hanging around here in Lava Siphon a bit, but don't want to hang around for too long, especially NSD. The last time that they actually got caught as soon as they were rotating out of Lava Siphon was actually on that hill as they were trying to fight forward, but unfortunately got gate kept immediately here. But we already see some teams opting in for a survey camp. Nebula Esports, Reignite, and Meteor in the exact same spot. So gonna have to be careful if he pulled the trigger first in this fight. Matutash gonna be spotted in towards the outside. And actually, Reignite is trying to distract for their boy here just so he can make it inside of the building, and that he does. But the problem is another squad rolling up into the backside. Nate is actually going to make it inside of the bubble, but not going to take the damage that it needs against Meteor. But, oh, just going to slide on out of that fight. I think they also realized that there's also a team at the other side of Survey Camp. Nebula Esports seeing this entire fight happen and waiting for the perfect opportunity to maybe get a 2-for-1 in this situation, but instead, no one's going to opt in for anything. Actually, Nebula Esports kind of busy fighting the side their backside, actually. There is another squad. So Lael starting to dip their toes in here. Survey camp as pieces starting to roll up the hill. Maybe trying to scout out for the squad, SBI Esports. Also having their own difficulty here in Skyhook. And that is actually Fnatic, who's already inside of their building. They do not have the Horizon to queue up, but I think that it is going to be a triple rope up if I'm not mistaken. Here comes the Black Hole. But who is going to move on in first? And it seems like Fnatic is opting in to stay inside. However, SBI Esports, they're doing everything that they can so they can delay the fight as much as possible. But here comes the three-man swing. Great movement from Army to get away from that situation. But Sankaryu, 1 HP. Army's going to go down despite getting away temporarily here. And Laika gets the res with the gold bag. And this is going so well for Fnatic. They can just go for the re-swing. But where is the bullets coming from? Nika did not shoot even one shot in this situation. And this could actually mean the end of Fnatic here if they are not careful. But it is only Mikey left on that Horizon. Nate's going to go through to get that bit of delay. And they might actually even get the res on their teammate. The second res with the gold bag. If that secures the fight for Fnatic, I do not know what will. As Mikey, oh Mikey, it's only you, buddy, at the top of the roof. And it seems like SBI Esports just going to be 3 death boxes for now in the last game of World's Edge. And it seems like Fnatic, they have taken Skyhook for themselves, getting that much loot. So we're going to expect possibly a triple purple coming in from their side as we do pan on over to Diaz, who is fighting none of the teams who were here in the first place. It's actually Fennel who stuck around here in Lava Siphon. Great shots here on Maker, but Pinoter, can you go for more? Great position from Fennel so far. They're going to take a bit of zone damage, but I don't think they care because it is only the round 1 closing. 57 on that 30-30, but I think they got what they needed, which is that 1 KP here for Maker. And I think that is just going to be Diaz running away as fast as possible. They are just going to leave Maker in the zone as a banner. And Diaz, yep, going to have to just raise the white flag for now. And is just going to opt on in for the farther rotation. But play outside is also there. So that might be a fight, actually, they could possibly take if they do run into either NSD or Fennel at the top of this hill. Because for sure, Fennel is going to go for a balloon, maybe in Harvester, or maybe going into the south side of Fragment. But still, pretty safe in terms of the circle damage for now still. As we can still see, you know, Vortex Wolf still inside. Maybe try and see if they can collect the Volt here. Fanpopo can actually craft a banner because they do have that conduit on their team. So Watage going to be online once again. But, I mean, play outside. You guys don't have any loot whatsoever. Watage died at the start of the game. So he's going to have a white armor going into that res. And Vortex Wolf, I mean, if Play Outside is probably praying that Vortex Wolf did not hear or is not going to hear their res because they're going to turn right back around and going to collect that 3 KP if they can. But it seems like Diaz more in the position here to go and try and get that KP in Geyser. But O2 Esports, as we pan on over back in Epicenter, taking some shots here on Dosukoi Impact, who's trying to go just rotate within the bridge, or actually rotate out of that bridge as it's already touching the zone. But Dosukoi Impact instead wanting to opt in to fight the top side of Epicenter instead. They might want to fight off O2 Esports off of that position, but they do not have a Horizon to get up there, so it is going to be up to the Zips instead. They're trying to see if they can get as much poke down as possible before they do zip on up to that spot. They do have that Bangalore, so they can smoke that entire top side and maybe try and go for something with these Digistats. But no, they're going to play it patient here, and they're not going to play it too quickly. Armor swap on the ground as well. As Dosukoi Impact still not opting in, but the round 2 is already closing, so if they don't opt in for this fight here in Epicenter, this might just be a wide open firing range for the side of O2 Esports. So it must be some great defending coming in from their side. still. So you can see Diaz outside of this zone. I think, yeah, they're really trying to hunt for play outside possibly here, but Diaz... Oh, they're going to realize that beacon's already been used, and it's a bit too late. Play outside might be a coincidence here, and they actually hear it. Play outside might get 2 KP unless it could be a turnaround, and it could be Monty with a good shot on that Nemesis, and Popo is already down. And these are 2 members that are still on that white armor, having to pump those red meds very, very soon, possibly. Medkit's already been popped here for Watage, and Diaz looking to get the finish, maybe take one more team down with them before they go in too deep. Do get the KP here on Tan Popo, so Diaz still collecting some points despite only being a duo here, and now they're gonna go up against a duo possibly. But what is the game plan here for play outside? Are they just gonna try and see if they can just dodge Diaz as much as possible here? And maybe they have done it. No dice on the scan here for Monzi, so yeah, play outside's already on the other side of Geyser. Looking to see if they can get out. Watage still has plenty of medkits to work with, and it is only that round 2 zone, so it's not going to hurt that much. But Diaz having to work that crafter, possibly crafting that banner very, very soon, and maybe not. I feel like this is not the situation that you can go for a banner craft here, so maybe they're going to look for something else, maybe just some bats. Maybe try and see if they can get their meds up before they do get into the zone. Play outside, who's been lacking in loot this entire game. Only 40 bullets in the chamber left for Watage here. 19 already loaded. So they're not going to be a team that going to be shooting a lot. They're going to try and see if they can reserve as much of the ammo as possible here. As CIE is going to start to fly in to Monument. And oh, no freaking way. We are possibly going to get 2 circles in a row back to back. Exact same possibly. As we do pan on over to the map. And yes, the oh so familiar tracks zone. We've already played it, but who is going to get first this time? Is it still going to be O2 Esports with the right timing? Or is it going to be anyone else? But we're going to focus on that later because we have a fight here in Epicenter. Meteor getting absolutely beamed. Kuraton just trying to survive within the smokes, but does get some damage with the Rolling Thunder. And are they going to act upon the stun? And I think they will. Smokes are already going to go through. Roki, though, taking a lot of damage. And Sudatakin with some good shots on that flatline. Roki's going to go down. Nemu going to try to take one person down with him. Matsutash going to fall off the mountain. However, Nemu, can he get the finish in time? No, he cannot. But Matsutash is actually going to go down. So Roki going to collect that 1 KP at least for Meteor. So for now, Matsutash is going to be in the form of a beacon. And the res is going to be a bit far in terms of the beacon. But oh, even in the balloon, Reignite not going to be able to make it out of it alive. And O2 Esports once again looking to see if they can get another dub with the exact same zone. And NSD Gaming, despite winning that initial fight in Lava Siphon, already looking that they're going to lose the fight against Diaz. Oh, and it's only Axis, the only one left alive for his squad with the Havoc and a 30-30. Granted, that can do so much damage, especially Diaz is only a duo. If he can get the instant beam on one player, this is basically game over for them, as E36 is going to eat the ground as well as play outside. So many teams actually fighting in this situation, and we can see Fnatic actually running into O2 Esports. They're going to cut the middleman instead. We're not going to let the zone decide, and we are going to decide instead with our guns in this fight. In O2 Esports eliminated, and Fnatic, they're just going to sweep them aside. You're not going to be a problem for us in this game anymore, but there might be another bigger problem on the right side of the hill, as Alpha with some very, very nice shots with that triple take. Yuka F taking a load of damage here from that one. And Alpha, of course, really good at taking position with this Horizon, and especially with the triple take. He can do so much damage to this Fnatic squad in this God Rock, especially how much you can see in that car as well. So many 19s, so many 21s. But Kinotrope, I think it's more about the poke more than anything. Maybe just to discourage Fnatic from rotating to their side of the map. But Fnatic, you're going to have to decide now because time is a bit low as the round 4 closing is about to come. NTIE, good spray through the smoke. Do have the Digis to work with. They're all fenced up inside as well, but instead it's actually going to be Iron swinging out with the Prowler. Great shots from Kyuda. Taking down Meltage, but TIE still in full control of this building. They can just retreat on back, get their meds back up. Meltage out in the open, so they're going to be in the mercy of the other teams on the outside as well, but I think Vortex Wolves is a bit busy fighting in the background, so TIE is going to be a temporary 3v3 for now. And Dosukoi Impact already suffering a casualty from earlier. Great shots from the Prowler. Gets him down to 80 with the flash. But can they get the finish? Arcstar is going to fly. Not just yet. Great block on the knockdown so far. But X-Ties, or TIE rather, really having a hard time trying to clear Dosukoi at the backside. Does get the rebound on Tanomaster. And TIE doing such a great job just playing within their means, not overextending. They got the kill, they got the fight, they got the down, get back inside of the building, get the meds right back up. You don't want to be third-partied as Dosukoi Impact has been turned into a full squad into just a rat in a moment's notice. And we can already see Fnatic planning their rotations inside of Monument already as NSD Gaming is eliminated. That is going to be the rat already out in 11th. But Pulverex... oh, shots from Hammer Drill, not hitting. 1 of 4 from that Wingman. No armor found from the side of Pulverex. They are getting absolutely hard swung here. Rolling Thunder is about to roll through from another Bangalore. And Papico, it's only going to be Ray GH left. The mercy of that cover on the underside of the bridge. But, oh, Hammer Drill, he's not going to spot the rat in the corner. It's actually FTTN going down, and Pulverex getting absolutely ratted by only one player, and Hammer Drill getting absolutely surprised. Not like this. Papico finally eliminated, but Pulverex has been griefed in the process. And Pulverex, they look so good going into this zone, but unfortunately, a singular rat ruined their plans, and Diaz is eliminated as well. So Kinotrope is a bit more free to walk into the zone. TIE still spotting some bodies outside of the building, and here comes the circle finally closing in. Monument is going to be eaten in its entirety, and Fnatic looking to see if they can gatekeep the rest of the TIE squad. Iron going to be on 1 HP. Thermites are going to go through. You can see a flying down Tie Iron right then and there. TIE might be right up next. Good shot from Leica. Does get the kill on the last member of Pulverex, but Fnatic looking like they're going to lose their life. But look at the KP. 9 kills for Leica so far. So I think even if Fnatic goes out in the top 5, they are going to be A-okay, and they might even actually get the res. Justna is going to hear this. He's going to swing the wall. Oh, he's going to spot. Oh, they're going to spot Justna on the right side of the wall, but Leica, good shots. Justna going to go down then thanks to Yuka F's Wingman, and 5 squads left, and Fnatic, they somehow got right back up. Yuka F still beaming. Zhenghe, the last one left alive, and Crazy Raccoon were only supposed to check the cat wall, but they got taken down by Fnatic. The clutch res from Leica, and the golden knock getting absolute value here. That temporary healing that you do get from your shields. And the singular member of Dosukoi left. The rat, can he do anything? No, he cannot. It's only Fnatic as a duo. They throw down the Rolling Thunder for that bit of delay. But Fennel, they're going to go on the underside of the bridge. Oh, they're going to have to go right back up. Oh, Pinoter going to get Yuka F, and Fennel with another easy cleanup. But now it is going to result in a win as the last game of World's Edge goes in the way of Fennel.
We have our Apex champions.
Hello and welcome back to the APAC North Pro League. My name is Sigurog, of course, and we do have the match day scoreboard as of now. Fnatic with first place with the amount of KP they collected in game number 3. They really just offset the leaderboards. Kenotrope at 52, Crazy Raccoon with 35, and the team who won it, Fennel, still all the way down up to 9th. Dosukoi, who had a rat actually going into that final 3, does get 7th place. There is still some teams hanging on for dear life here, especially O2 Esports, who could easily get that 3rd with only 3 points in the way. Papico only 4 points from 3rd, but it seems like it's more of a battle for 1st here between Fnatic and Kenotrope so far, and the rest is a battle royale here for 3rd place. And let's see, can any of these teams actually catch up? And speaking of catching up, now is the opportunity to do so as we do go on in for a map switch, which is going to be Storm Point. And that means, unfortunately, fellas, there is no contests. So we are going to be sitting around for a bit, talking about some circles, talking about some rotations. And hopefully we do see maybe someone fighting during rotation, possibly. Maybe some action between X-Ties or Play Outside. Maybe Reignite gonna run into NSD Gaming, Meteor, Crazy Raccoon running into each other, depending on what the zone does offer here in Storm Point. So, gonna be interesting to see how that pans out. Wall gonna be occupied by Fnatic, of course. Kenotrope occupying that Zoo Station. Fennel occupying Lightning Rod at this very moment. TIE here in Stormcatcher Launchpad going to be occupied here by Soleil Gaming. Or no, not Soleil Gaming. They're actually going to go Devastated Coast this time. But those go Impact, though. Gonna follow them for a while as they do opt on in for the Magical Cave. And we're going to see what they're all about. But we are going to see the circle. Oh, APAC. There's something about APAC North and this circle specifically. So this is either going to end up here in Devastated Coast, which it's already happened like twice here in APAC North. And it could be also the other side, but it kind of depends on where it does really pull. I mean, there is Launchpad as well that you could also think about going into that last circle. So teams are going to have to go for the right guess this time. Pylon could also be somewhat of a spot, but I think it is really up to those two spots. It's either going to be the Launchpad or some parts of the Devastated Coast, as we do a ring from previous experience here in the past few games. So yeah, we're just gonna hopefully see some teams rotating in, maybe running into each other this time, as we do spot some spiders. Good thing your boy Sinak not gonna Arachnophobe, so he's just gonna be shooting all the spiders for that free loot as much as possible. Gonna get some energy, gonna get some of those attachments. But it's gonna be interesting to see how some of these teams are actually gonna rotate in. So Fennel, hopefully Fennel still does have their car in the process and is gonna try and see if they can zoom on in towards the side of Pylon. I mean, Vortex is also in the same general area, so maybe they're gonna try to see if they can yoink the Trident here, but Fnatic going to be quite far from their journey going into that circle as well. Northpad still with Papico. Yeah, still just going to be everyone trying to see if they can get everything as much as possible. And Soleil Gaming actually in a familiar spot. So this is a spot in the Devastated Coast where I think one of the 2 games that we've already had with this exact zone, actually only one time that the team actually in the high ground got the win, and I think that team actually had a Valkyrie. So yeah, I mean, depending on how Soleil holds it, they could have the best position, but also the low ground teams have a chance to win in this situation. I have seen it before where you play the underside of this high ground and, basically Soleil has zero vision of whatever is happening there. So that could be an opportunity for that team to go for something as well. And speaking of that team, it could be NSD, it could be TIE, it could be Reignite or Pulverex, but they're still opting in to fight inside of those buildings because that spot on the underside of that high ground is kind of open. So you don't want to play that spot too early. You got to have that right timing, maybe when the zone closes in towards the backside. You're going to see some things going on here with NSD Gaming. Just doing a little bit of poking with the 30-30, but yeah, just like I said, it is mostly the rotations this time. As Fnatic actually opting in to stay in Command Center at this very moment, so gonna try and see if they can maybe spot anyone out trying to go for the rotation. They are fresh from the wall. Kenotrope is currently occupying the wall at the moment. I think they're trying to see if they can craft some batteries, maybe they can see if they can craft some armor upgrades as well. So they are going to be safe for now. Oh, but Crazy Raccoon already in the middle of everything here. Echo HQ, one of their favorite spots actually. This very middle of Echo HQ. Crazy Raccoon. Oh, they've already spotted someone on the underside of their POI, and I think they know that it is play outside. Watage, the first one down once again for the squad. Not the best position to be in, honestly. Just trying to crawl away from the vision of Crazy Raccoon, but they are chasing this down player all the way in and play outside. Maybe they're just going to sacrifice... they're going to sacrifice Watage here for the sake of the rotation instead. So maybe they can circle right back around Pylon, but Coastal Camp is also an option for them since it's not occupied at the moment. There is the beacon in that spot, so maybe they can hit the scan real quick and try and see if they can... get some information before they do go into some rat action into the zone itself. You can already see the team's already piling on in towards the side of Devastated Coast, and it might just be another Devastated Coast zone, the third one in this entire Pro League so far. And yeah, it's just the same old, charge rifles, 2x, 4x's. No one has an 8x's yet. I think they'd rather have a 2x, 4x in their pocket rather than those sniper scopes, that is for sure. Making it an easy switch out here for Hammer Drill if he does opt on in for that 30-30 going into the later stages of the game. But as we do see on the flyover, still a whole lot of teams in towards the south, or rather the east side of Devastated Coast. So still quite the journey that you can go on. Crazy Raccoon has an opportunity to actually finish off the rest of play outside here as the zone is going to close in 1 minute and 30. So that play is actually on a timer, but oh, Generator gonna just delete that Catalyst Q. The spikes are not going to be available for them as of now, but gonna have to try and see if they can possibly open that door, break that generator, go for the full push, but they do have the access to the generator now. Good reinforce for Leica, and they do actually keep the generator in towards their side, so they're going to be nade safe temporarily, but that's going to get quickly destroyed. And Fnatic still very hesitant to go for the full push here against Soleil Gaming. But here comes the nades. That's going to open the door. The instant beam, they take out... Oh, they take out the ultimate from the Watson, and here comes the Thermites, here comes the nades. The spikes are gonna hurt, and here comes Yuka F trying to get the spray, but he does get taken down by Archery here. Good shots from the Valkyrie. Yuka F, the first one down for the side of Fnatic, and this is a tough spot for Fnatic so far. They have to get the kills quickly, and that they do. So Soleil Gaming's gonna go down, but how are they gonna res Yuka F here? They do not have a crypto. They are gonna have to do it person to person in this respawn beacon. And there's no way that they can go down from this position here. As soon as they go down, there is not any other way to go right back up unless they're going to have to take that very long zip line. So Fnatic in a tough spot. Respawn Beacon in the middle of nowhere here. So I think they're just going to opt in to play as a duo as of now. But no, the Respawn Beacon from Fnatic. They had one in their pocket the entire time, or they could have actually picked it up from one of the members of Soleil. So I think Soleil knew that they were going to play this high ground, so they actually kept the Respawn Beacon just in case any of them goes down. But that actually goes into benefit of Fnatic instead. So Yuka F is going to be back online, and they're going to have that Bangalore to block some of these windows off, as some of the poke is actually getting annoying and could actually melt some of these armors down. And especially considering that Fnatic does not have a Watson, they don't want to take as much poke damage as possible. They do want to stay in cover before any other team does act upon any of the downs here for the side of Fnatic. But we do pan on over to Crazy Raccoon, who's currently 2 members down, and it is only going to be Jusna with the Wingman, 1 HP, no armor, only red health. Crazy Raccoon gonna take him down. E36, though, is the one who's on the receiving end of that pain train from the side of Crazy Raccoon, and play outside, looking to see if they can just walk past Crazy Raccoon, who's still currently holding the outside of Echo HQ at the moment. But actually they are not. They're already opted out for that position. Instead, it's actually play outside, playing a bit of gatekeeping for these two squads, Diaz and SBI Esports, who's currently trying to go the exact same way of play outside. But really good job at just gatekeeping these two teams. So as soon as this zone actually closes, this is going to force SBI Esports to look over the hill and try and see if they can get a fight against Diaz here. But Diaz instead going to opt on now. So I think this is just going to be a fight between SBI and play outside, unless Diaz does wait for the right moment, as they do cook a bit here in the zone first before they do go for the full rotate in. Play outside. They got so much loot from that initial fight that Jung-hee did take. Even getting synapse items here. Getting some meds right back up. So play outside is going to be a bit rich going into the zone. E36 still inside, but already 1 member less, as they already lost Panic. As you see, SBI Esports trying to fight their way out of this position. They are aware that Diaz is in the zone, and they're going to try to balloon out of danger here. But Kinotrope Gaming has other ideas. So Pylon going to be unoccupied at this very moment, but no, they actually cut their rotation short here, as Kinotrope, I think they actually saw that Vors and the boys actually took a building on the backside of Pylon, which could not be the best idea for them to fight with only 30 seconds left in the zone. As that round 3 closing, there's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams who are still on towards the outside. Almost half the lobby is going to be there, but SBI gonna roll on forward. Now this is the fight that was inevitable, the fight that was supposed to happen. Play outside versus SBI Esports for the sake of the rotations. Black Hole is gonna file on in. Great shots, great nades on towards the right side, but can they get the finish in time? SBI Esports barely taking any damage, though they're getting some progress in this rotation. However, the zone gonna start to eat some of these teams alive, and Sankryu gonna spot one near going into cannon. And look at this team, it's just a pure mirror from both sides. And SBI Esports, they do get the vision first on towards the side to play outside, and Watage gonna try to run away as fast as possible. He does not want to be the first one down for his squad, but Army also taking some damage from the backside. And Kinotrope is also in the general area, so play outside, it might not be safe for them, neither for the side of SBI Esports. And there is also a team on the corner, E36, looking for some revenge for their fallen teammate Panic. And SBI Esports having a hard time just trying to rotate. Mikey trying to get some angles here on the E36 members remaining on the rock. Good shots. Army is actually going to go down from another squad in Rohai from Nebula Esports. On the other side, who's already inside of the zone, already 1 step away from Devastated Coast, and they are just doing a little griefing for the team so they can just grief each other on the outside. SBI Esports, Mikey, already getting one respawn in this game via these mobile respawn beacons, but can we see two? SBI Esports having a hard time sandwiched between E36 and Kinotrope at this very moment. It's just a pain sandwich for the side of SBI, and they are the meat. But the smokes, temporary solace for the side of SBI, and instead it's actually E36. Everyone's turning on them instead, and Army gonna get right back up, looking to fight the rest of what is remaining of E36. Illy is gonna go down, and Army can actually loot up some of the armor, some of the meds here of Illy. And Army gonna try to get the finish on the very last player left alive. Red health. Oh, it's actually Sankria going down, and this might be bad for the side of SBI. They're no longer a mobile team, but they do have a knockdown shield to work with. Great shot from Mikey, but cannot get that finish just yet. Play outside, looking to see if they can gain the chase. Smoke gonna serve a little delay, but they do have the wingman with the digi threat, and they only see red through the smoke. They will get the finish here on towards Army. Sankria is going to go down as well, so this is not good news for the side of SBI, who's just trying to survive the rotation, but so far has not. As we do see the minimap, still a whole lot of teams going in towards the north side. SBI has found a spot within the zone. Vortex Wolf occupying the bridge, but is going to have to rotate off of that after the round 4 closing does end. But play outside still from the right side. Nebula Esports also in trouble, who is one of the teams who actually griefed E36 as they were fighting, as SBI Esports goes down to play outside. Kinotrope is the one who was gatekeeping both of these teams who were outside of the zone, and that's actually a great scan. That's going to let Kinotrope know that they cannot fight this one for long. They're just going to do a little damage, maybe try and see if they can entice one team to fight the other instead. Alpha neck deep into this one. Great shots from the R9 while sliding as well, but can he get the redemption for the side of Kinotrope? Mia K still alive with the battery being popped as Alpha goes down. One tappy goes down as well. NSD Gaming is going to be out. Nades are going to go through. Mia K, can you survive? Can you clutch up? 86 on the knockdown shield coming in from behind. Great shots with the Volt, but can he get the finish? The temp shields are going to be online. Mia K with the 30-30-42. Can he find the last few numbers? Yes, he can. Play outside is eliminated. Kinotrope on top of things here in the Broken Armory, but Mia K, another class action shot with that 30-30, is going to have to run away. Not looking like a plan that he wants to execute all the way. Nebula Esports getting what was left of that fight in this Broken Armory, and they were actually the ones who were there in the first place, and now Pulverex, opting in to fight X-Size instead. Everyone's just fighting, going into this final zone. Pulverex, first one down is going to be Hammer Drill. Great shot from the side of Umi-chan. Triple take. Is it going to save him? No, it'll not. And Pulverex will be taken down. X-Dies surviving the fight, and they're going to have to get the quick res before the reaction comes from any of these teams that are still outside of the zone. O2 Esports can act. Vortex Wolf can act. Nebula can act. However, no one is gonna act just yet. Vortex Wolf, though, finally with the rotation, and I think they realize that Pulverex has pulled a fast one right in front of them. Sky Nades are going to go through from Sammy. But can they roll on forward? That is going to be the question. TIE already in great position. However, the armors are not going to be too good for them at all. Vortex Wolf trying to shoot some drones out of the air. But look at Fnatic. Fnatic's actually right behind TIE. They actually conceded the topside zone. Instead is going to go for something more. Possibly more kills. But Kuma, first kill here. On towards the side of O2 Esports. Kodaman and Sinak trying to play survival on the outside. The Catwall's blocking the entire right side of this fight. So Fnatic is going to have an isolated 3v3 against the squad right in front of them. Nebula Esports is going to go down out in 7th. Fnatic, they have to met up first, and they're going to have to swing this zone. They're going to have to tap straight possibly around it. But Fnatic, they're looking still a bit hesitant here. I think they know that Vortex Wolf is also in the general area. They're looking for a fight where Vortex Wolf is also on low HP. And Vortex Wolf's actually the one eliminated Sinak with the turnaround. And here comes the third party. TIE surviving to at least get top 4. So that's great job from them. Got plenty of KP from that squad who's also trying to come in. TIE is also eliminated at 4th. And it is only Sinak
as that singular rat. Fnatic, another top 3 appearance. Synack looking to just make it as deep as possible in this game. The goal is second place. And Fnatic having no scan, so they're not going to have any idea that Synack is actually in the corner. But he's going to have a bow check. He's going to have quite the range with this weapon. And I think they are aware that there is only one rat left. And I think both of these teams really want to take down this rat because no one wants to end up playing for first or third here. And Fnatic, no, they drop the Kraber. Probably doesn't have any ammo left. Synack, the only one left alive. Meteor actually looking to see if they can get this rat left alive. And I think Fnatic is actually going to let them. But no, Fnatic gonna go for the third party instead. Look at Synack trying to play hide and seek as that rat. Oh, O2 Esports eliminated, unfortunately. And here comes Fnatic with the capitalization. And finally, after so long, after 4 games, Fnatic finally get a win for today's games in game number 4 of Stormpoint.
We have our Apex champions.
And hello, and welcome back to the APAC North Pro League for match day number 6. It is game number 5 already, guys. We just had game 4. Fnatic with... All I can do is laugh, man. 96 points in first place. They basically cleared the entire lobby at this point in terms of the lead here. So Fnatic with an absolute earth-shattering lead over every other team here. So it's been quite the nice day for them, to say the least. They have basically cleared any other opponent here who has been trying to see if they can get themselves right back into the swing of things, because it is pretty hard, especially Fnatic with that prior win. A lot more patient this time going into that devastated coast zone, but I think Fnatic has been enjoying a lot more wins when it comes to the Storm Point. But they're also really good at World's Edge. They just got really unlucky with some of these situations, especially with the third parties, especially some of these rats affecting their play. And unfortunately, they couldn't clear as fast as they did here in Storm Point. But man, what matters, man? Storm Point, this is what matters for them, as they can clock in a few more kills going into this one. As we do see, the Game 5 start is already occurring. And hopefully we do get a North Pole this time. It was that devastated coast zone in that game number 4, showing itself for the 3rd time this entire Pro League here in APAC North. So it is familiar for some of these teams, especially Soleil Gaming, who were already there in the first place. But then they got cleared by Fnatic. Unfortunate, but it does happen when you really don't get the first down on Fnatic. It's a toughie. It's quite a difficult team to take down if there's still 3 people left alive on their side. But there we go. Drops and drops and drops. Making sure everyone is getting their respective loot here.
Let us follow it.
And already we can see the Bloodhounds trying to scan the birds as much as possible, trying to get some information on some of the teams that are around them at this very moment.
Extended light mag here.
But here we go. Taking a look. Oh, okay. We veered a bit from devastated coast, and we moved up like about 2 inches. And now we find ourselves in either Launchpad or could be the unnamed buildings right on towards the north side. Could also be South Zone, but nah, I think there's only 2 options. Either gonna go Launchpad here, or yeah, it is those unknown buildings on towards the top side. Most likely Launchpad, honestly. And Launchpad, another zone that we have seen countless of times already here in APAC North. I think we've seen it at least twice, to be specific. So teams already that are inside. Pulverex, who's already on top of things here in Launchpad, looking to see if they can just loot up fast and very quickly, because already there you can see some of the teams finding on in. TIE looking to see if they can gain an early position, and especially that type of team. If they can get a building, they're going to hold on for dear life for it, similar to what HAO has been doing. But Soleil Gaming spotting some early rotators here, but I don't think that's a priority for them as of now. They do want to just focus on looting at the moment and maybe trying to find a spot here in Launchpad before everyone does do their rotations. But TIE, ooh, opting in for a fight? Hold up, wait a minute! A verse circle fight from the side of APAC North, and never mind. TIE, they're just like, yeah, we are not going to do that. We are not going to do that, that is for sure. I think they actually tried to go for the underside of this bridge, but Soleil was one step ahead, making sure that they're also occupying the bottom side, just in case the team does want to make a play for us. So they're just going to fence it up, making sure that it is safe from outside forces. And they're just going to hold the bridge as much as possible. So this is actually going to be an important position here for the side of Soleil, as they're kind of holding off TIE. Also have high ground vision here on whoever is coming out of Pylon, which is going to be Reignite at this moment. And they are going to be farming these armors as much as possible, especially Archery with the 3x on that Nemesis. So that blue is going to turn into a purple really quickly with the shots that he can hit. And yes, it's just going to be rotations as of now. You know, some shots are flying across, but nothing really too serious from any of the teams so far. In NSD Gaming, it seems like they've already gotten themselves a bit of a meeting with the side of Pulverex, who's currently holding the high ground of Launchpad. Currently the best spot in the zone, but I don't... If I can remember, actually, Launchpad zones, that actually never ends up here in the high ground. So Pulverex might want to rotate as soon as round 3 or 4 comes around here.
Abandoned in my sights.
But that's only if that high ground is not included in that endgame. Most likely it isn't. But X-Ties running into their own trouble. I think they finally run into the team who's been holding this bridge as much as possible, and that is going to be Soleil Gaming. And finally, a round 1 fight incoming as O2 Esports in the background. Actually, the first one to fall, taking away the honors for one of the teams here on towards this bridge side to be the first team down. And Sizu not wanting to go out just yet. They do have ALGS just to try and see if he can reinforce and just spike up as much as possible. But Soleil, they're just going to concede the bottom side instead. They're just rather prioritize this high ground more than anything. X-Tie is going to be a bit stuck here on the underside, but kind of depends on where the circle does end up, whether or not they're in a good spot. Crazy Raccoon also on the horizon, play outside, still occupying Echo HQ. And yeah, we're just going to see rotations here coming in from the side of E36, who is still quite outside of good spots here. They might actually run into another squad here, and it actually might be Poppygo. Bit of deja vu for the side of E36 and Anemone. Gonna have to start poking some of these armors just to get some information whether or not they do want to fight this, but nope, Enterforce 36 is gonna make the decision for them. We are not gonna fight you guys. We'd rather go for the rotation. We know that space is limited here in Launchpad, so we are gonna go on through, occupy one of these buildings, maybe the underside of the tunnel here near the spiders, but nope, it's just gonna be just a full-on rotate. But they might actually run into Reignite. Sudatakin already on a purple, but that is actually going to be 2 whites for their side. So many teams rotating. E36, if Synap can actually call this, they can maybe use the enemy's catwall to go for a rotation. But Pulverex is all seeing at the moment in this high ground. So they're doing a lot of poking for the teams wanting to come in. And I like what NSD is doing here. They're holding both of the tunnels. So the possibility of a third party, or at least maybe a grief incoming, while Pulverex is raining hell upon these teams with these triple takes, with these marksmans. And look at NSD just playing it really well on the underside of the tunnel at this very moment. However, Reignite, it's an uphill battle for them to even get a position inside of the zone. They are still on the chicken feet here in Launchpad at the moment, and Pulverex really not making it easy for Reignite to go right back in, but NSD, they spot another squad who's also going for a balloon play, and that is going to be Enterforce 36. As Illy possibly not landing in the best spot. E36, if they can make it to one of these tunnels that's not occupied by the side of NSD, they've actually hit the jackpot here in Launchpad. As Reignite, they're still trying to fight their way in, but if they landed on the far side, they can actually go for something with Crazy Raccoon. Speaking of going for something, Archery is already down, so this is the fight for the top side of the bridge. Crazy Raccoon so far with the health advantage, and Soleil Gaming, they do go down. Crazy Raccoon, though, have other problems, not just that team in front of them, but also behind as well. Fennel looking over the bridge. Pinoter with some nice shots on that R99, but can he finish it off with the Hemlock? And Fennel, I think they're just going to roll on forward. They recognize that they have the numbers advantage here, but you can already see in the background through the X-rays, that is just a tactical retreat from the other squad, and they do not want to get involved in that fight. They'd rather just play survival here as much as possible. As Fennel, they do collect some of the bodies here for the side of Crazy Raccoon in a good position within the zone as well. They fight them off of it. And E36, if they can recognize that there's a squad that's already missing one member right behind them, they can actually maybe go for a capitalization. try and see if they can maybe get themselves some of these points. But Juarez already taken one down from the side of Nebula Esports with a 30-30, but play outside, looking over this rock. Trying to get some poke as much as possible. Smokes are going to go through. Smoke's not going to matter at all. It's not going to block the vision of this triple take, that is for sure.
Right here. Let's relocate there.
But Diaz kind of holding the top side of the hill at this very moment. Don't want to let anyone pass through. Bit of a swap going on. I think Boris is going to go on first. Maybe that temp shield is going to be of quite high priority. Especially having those online as much as possible here could be the game changer. As we do see the map, it is pretty much launchpad, launchpad, launchpad for most of these teams. Some of them opting in for the other side of the mountain instead. FDN from Pulverex. Actually, they were the first team to arrive here in launchpad, and now it is only FDN, the only one left alive, having to use that Newcastle ultimate to get away from grave danger. And the round 2 closing is already incoming, so he's going to have to take that cannon back and maybe face that team once he does heal up all the way. But unfortunate here for the side of Pulverex, because they had the best position here in launchpad, but they actually got fought off of it, possibly by the side of NSD Gaming. Maybe they caught them off guard, but they were trying to poke the teams here in the low ground, and I mean, somehow, some way, they sneakily zipped up, opened the door, and just let those guns sing. But FTN is playing that support character and is going to have to craft some of these banners. And it is available at this very moment, but Fnatic? Is that Meltaj? Meltaj, the only one left alive for his squad? Dosukoi Impact. Where is this man? Oh, never mind. He's on the other side of the hill. It's just doing a bit of tricks with the names, but it's actually Fnatic. How have they ended up with that spot? NSD fought for that, but Fnatic took it from them. Classic Fnatic Giga Chad move. NSD, you're going to have to play a low ground once again. And I think it was actually Fnatic who made it maybe have fought Pulverex off of this position, and NSD were the ones who reaped the rewards of it. And Fnatic, oh, they have such a good spot. So many of them have 30-30s as well, so they're going to start poking some of these low ground teams, and that they do. And I'm not going to be surprised if Fnatic is going to end up with Reds by the time that the last circle does come. There's still plenty of teams who've already gotten their position here in Launchpad. It's not actually a Launchpad pull, it's more south more than anything. So some of the teams who have somewhat of a wrong read here in Launchpad is going to be a bit disappointed once the round 4 circle does come in. Oh, but Tanpopo can even see the round 4 circle right after this fight. Watage, once again, first down for the side to play outside. And you do have to be careful. Don't overextend, buddy. I know there's only 2 people left in that squad, but if you face that corner and if you're not ready to beam, either Arikana or Tanpopo is gonna go for that one. But look at Tanpopo, 1 HP in between 2 squads. Nebula Esports also in the vicinity, but it is only actually Hunto. Oh, poor Tanpopo, man. He's just stuck in the tunnel.
Let's go.
Sandwiched by 3 teams. But Enter Force 36. We're going to pan on over to them as getting some shots in the air with 30-30. Don't want to let that team play that high ground. Good shot from Panic. Oh, my word. Mid-air. Just like he's going pigeon hunting, my friends. And that is going to be a slug to the face. De-winging that team, making them go down. There is no free drops here, not when Enter Force 36 is in the vicinity. And great shots here from Panic. They are going to keep control in towards that high ground. Meteor having themselves their own trouble. EMP is going to be popped. Ultimate is going to be popped from both the Bangalore and also the barrage here from the Gibby. Meteor taking a lot of damage, but Pulverex just trying to play survival here as much as possible. Umi-chan, last one left alive. Pulverex with another unlucky position here. Dosukoi Impact now getting third-partied by Meteor. Roki does not have the bubble available, not yet, at least for 5 seconds, but does he even need it? The Mastiff is going to absolutely rip through this team, but can he get the down? The last one left alive at least? Yes, he will. Dosukoi Impact's going to go down. Great shots here from the Gibby so far, and they're just going to get the bubble. No problem. They can even loot right after it. But SBI going to have a bit of trouble trying to take down this team as the bubble is still alive, and they can just go for the armor swaps. However, red health is going to be a bit of a question here. Roki's going to go down. No swaps is going to happen, actually. And SBI Esports, they're going to spot this team out before they can even get any swaps. And I think that might just be a dead Meteor. Yes, it will be. Rotated into a whole nother team, which is actually Reignite. And Army still alive for the squad. But SBI, really good rotations coming in from them. Kenotrope is going to go down as well. Surprisingly, Kenotrope is already out of the question, being one of the better performers here. And Stormpoint out in 13th. Satuki as well, only a rat left. I swear, that high ground is cursed here in Launchpad. You never get out of that situation unscathed at all. Ooh, but Satuki, can he at least secure his team? Maybe a top 2 finish, maybe a top 3 if they're lucky. But speaking of top 3, Poppyco, can they fight their way out of this one? But nope. Fighting is not an option. They'd rather go for the rotate for the top side of the hill. A really great rock that they can play with here. So many teams that they can actually gatekeep if they do actually get that top side. But SBI Esports running into their own trouble here still in Launchpad. Might be getting eaten by Zone Army. Trying to go for a wall bounce here. Does not get it. Arc Stars are going to start to fly, and there's actually another squad on the other side of this wall. And here comes the Horizon Q right over the cat wall. And here comes the damage from Army, plus the nade just runs on through the Thermite. Kanata gonna be the first one down. Poppyco out after that one. A swaggy kill from the side of Army with a very nice wall bounce. And they do have the scan as well from the Bloodhound, so they know exactly what is happening in this zone. NSD Gaming is out. SBI Esports looking to be on a roll. Fennel might be right up next on the chopping block as they're blocking the rotation right in front of them. As teams are now starting to jostle for position here. So far, Crazy Raccoon having the best spot right into that zone. Fennel will also be a contender for a dub in this game as they're the one closest to this round 6 circle, actually. But the rest of these teams are going to have to fight. They're going to have to fight for positioning here. Possibly just to gain some inches in this circle. And TIE going to be eliminated immediately. X-Ties as well going out in 7th. And here comes the chaos from the rest of the round 5 closing. They even actually act upon it before the closing even came. So Diaz, they could actually play the low ground. Nah, it's not actually in the zone. Maybe they're going to have to fight for that building. Nades are going to start to go through. Gets to 50, but I think that was just a conduit ultimate. Oh, but do they have any idea? Crazy Raccoon is also playing this spot. This is not safe. This is not safe for Diaz at all. Great 120B from Maker. Sky Nades are about to go through, but do they know? Do they know Crazy Raccoon can go for a bit of a grief here? But it's actually Fennel doing a great job fighting back. 30-30s doing their damage. Bonzi's going to be down. Enter Force 36. Where's the rest of the finishes here? But here comes Crazy Raccoon. This is what we were waiting for. Crazy Raccoon were just hanging around at the backside of the circle. But they might actually just shot themselves in the foot just now. Taking so much damage, and the Skynade gonna move him aside. Crazy Raccoon might be right up next on the chopping block. You thought you were the ones going for the third party, but no. Enter Force 36 instead gets the kills. But Fennel looking to capitalize, looking to clear the rest of the squad in order to have less problems going into this final zone. Godehara with some nice shots. Super glide from the lone conduit, but it's not gonna happen. Enter Force 36 as Panic, despite having really good movement, will not get into this final zone. Top 3 situation. Fennel, Diaz, and also SBI on the other side of the map. Maker, the only one left alive for his squad, trying to play survival. But Fennel rolling on forward. You can see the confidence in their move. Rolling on forward without any lick of hesitation at all. And SBI Esports gonna have to be ready for this one. They have all the information. They can see through the windows of where Fennel is actually gonna end up. Maybe they can block some of the doors as soon as the last circle is incoming. They do have Arc Stars, but they don't want to throw those too early. They're gonna have to wait for round 6 to close and maybe try and see if they can poke the left side of the building, not allow Fennel to play comfortably in this zone. And Maker V, last one left alive for the side of Diaz. Gonna try to pump some of these cells as much as possible, at least be healthy to eat some of these bullets as he is rotating within this zone. Fennel more focused on the fight against SBI at the moment. Maker, Army is a bit busy. Army's a bit busy trying to dissuade Maker from even breathing here, going into this final circle. And here comes the final round. They do spot Maker on the right side, but they're too worried about Fennel. And look at Fennel, the patience from their side. But look at Sankryu. Sankryu can make a play of a lifetime here. He can wait for the zone to close in. But where's the Arc Stars? Where are the nades? Where are the nades? Here comes the black hole. This is the nades that we were waiting for. SBI Esports with a great position. Sankryu with a hell of a lot of damage. And the Arc Star, everyone is cracked from the side of SBI Esports. And SBI Esports, they just get the easy dub. Fennel did not stand a chance. They went out a bit too late on that building. Maker could not do anything about it. And that is just an easy win for their side. SBI Esports take game 5.
Our Apex champions.
And hello. And welcome back to the APAC North Pro League match day number 6. Game number 6. What? Game number 6. Smackdown to the last game. Fnatic. 76 points here in first place. Another banger of a game for them. Granted, they didn't get too high of a placement. I think their singular rat, which was Leica, did survive as much as possible. Fennel with the third place. Kinotrope all the way at second. So few redemption stories already for some of the teams looking to secure this one. Actually, O2 Esports right on the tail of Fennel at this very moment. So they're going to try to fight for third place here. Crazy Raccoons not too far behind as well. Only 2 points behind of 40. And X-Ties trying to see if they can catch up as well. Only 6 points. I think only 8 points behind of the X-Ties, or rather behind the O2 Esports squad. But now we are going to enter game number 6 and the last Storm Point game here for match day number 6. And here we go. Redemption is aplenty for some of the teams here, especially for the other teams still looking to prove themselves. Enter Force 36, all the way up in 14th. Pulverex in 18th. Not the best showing from these two squads. We expected for them to consistently contest for this top 3. Unfortunately, we did not see it from them so far. However, redemption is still very, very possible. However, a lot of factors do have to come in. It has to be Fennel getting taken out early. O2 Esports getting taken out early as well. Crazy Raccoon has to be taken out early. And it has to be one of these teams outside of the top 10 having a single good game. Especially maybe they can get 10 plus or more KP so they can at least catch right back up into this leaderboard before the last game does end. And here we go. It's the normal drop-ins all around across the board for most of the teams. Just trying to see if they can loot as much as possible. And where will the zone end up? We are going to know in just a bit, of course. And as we do see, here is the drop spots for most of the teams. Last time it did end up more in towards North Pad, more than Devastated Coast, more than anything. And Pulverex, surprisingly, despite being the team who landed here in Launchpad, got the best position. And then all of a sudden Fnatic shows up, takes their high ground. They get killed by NSD Gaming in the low ground, actually. And yeah, it was just a sour story for Pulverex so far in this series. So a whole lot of redemption for them going into Game 6. And it is an entirely different zone. It's actually pulling in towards more in towards the middle left near Cascade in Settle Station, to be specific. Play outside, and Xi is already in that spot, so they do not have to move anytime soon. And I think the team that is going to have quite the hard time going into this one is actually going to be TIE. If Vortex Wolf does decide to go south of Command Center instead of left, then TIE might be in trouble. But look at already them. I think they know that they need to rotate right about now. So they instantly pop a balloon here in Stormcatcher and just got out. They don't want anything to do with the teams who are trying to rotate in, especially they know the amount of teams still towards their north side, especially Fennel, fresh off of a win earlier, Kenotrope as well. Pretty high in the scoreboard in terms of the KP here. Vortex Wolf as well, pretty formidable team when it comes to those 3v3s. So quick rotations are going to be incoming for most of these squads. And going to be a bit of trouble, actually, especially for the teams coming in from the south side. There is still a lot of mountains blocking in their way, so there's a lot of choke points that some of these teams can actually hold. And NSD Gaming looking to see if they can gain advantage of that situation already. As Crazy Raccoon already running into one of the teams just now, barely breathing after that initial impact. But here comes NSD looking to see if they can press the advantage. Good shots on towards a Volt. Got a bit of damage on towards a Gold.
Let's displace here.
But NSD taking their sweet time, making sure that they're careful about this. The balloon is going to be popped. But look at the distance between NSD and this squad. Crazy Raccoon. Oh no! Could be the downfall for their side. And this is the team who is also trying to fight for third here. But the third fight is no longer for the side of Crazy Raccoon. So I think Fennel is going to be safe as of now, snug in that third place. O2 Esports still has a chance to do so. Tanpopo trying to poke TIE out of position. They're one of the teams who actually rotated early going in towards this zone. So Tanpopo just doing a bit of poke with the triple take, trying to see if he can get this white armor all the way up to blue. There's also a team on towards the left side. And already you can see the teams are collecting inside of Settle Station, taking their respective buildings. I think there's like at least half of the lobby is almost there. Only some of the teams opting in to play the outside of the zone. But Fnatic already neck deep, and this is actually one of the changes that occurred with Fnatic, as they did do a little switching with their roster. They do know how to play that hard edge, but at the same time, when the zone does offer them a bit of luck, they do know how to play hard zone as well. But they're not your typical hard zone team. They're going to fight as much as possible in and around their area to secure their spot inside of Settle Station. But I think you're just looking around as of now, making sure that the other teams are busy fighting another squad here, so they do have their own isolated 3v3, but now is not the time to do so. Too many teams inside of Settle Station, and too many teams can react to whatever situation is occurring in and around, especially TIE just one breath away from this Fnatic squad if ever they do want to opt in for a fight. X-Dies
Watch it. Enemy there.
also in very close proximity. Pulverex
Got company out there.
looking to see if they can gain another gatekeep position here, but they're going up against Kenotrope, and this is actually a very important fight for their sake, maybe just to gatekeep Kinotrope, set them down to 50 points. And if Kinotrope does lose this one, that means Fnatic is going to secure first place for the day. So a very important one to say the least for them. One Tappy is going to pop that Bloodhound ultimate. Additional speed, plus the free Digi. And Pulverex, yep, just going to opt on now for that fight. Instead, there's also a person inside of the building. 2 Arc Stars is going to be flown within those doors. And Alpha trying to get an angle through the windows. Mia K, though, already getting Umi-chan. Already good start to the fight for the side of Kinotrope. PBX, who was trying to gatekeep in the first place with Mia K. Good shots with the Bolt. Taking down Hammer Drill. Pulverex, only FT Yan left alive, and he is actually on the Gibby this time instead of the Newcastle, so he cannot ult away that fast. Gonna get chased out, forced to pop the bubble. But I don't think this Gibby is gonna gain too much distance, as I think Kinotrope is just gonna leave him alone. They're already satisfied with the 2 KP that they got from that squad. They're already satisfied with the KP and the loot that Pulverex has gotten. And Pulverex, whatever redemption they were thinking about in this lobby, is now gone. It is only PBX, only FT Yan. Try to play Survivor here as that Soul Rat for the squad. I mean, if you can get into the endgame with a Gibby, Bubble is a really good way to secure yourself at least maybe a top 4 to 5 finish if you are that rat, but I wouldn't advise in doing so. I think that ultimate is also really good for disrupting those fights, maybe causing a distraction while you're trying to slip by into the guys of the other squads here. So a lot of options for the side of FT Yan, but it's going to be a tough time just to get into the zone. He's going to run in to possibly so many squads, so he's going to have to go around Jurassic, which is currently occupied by Nebula Esports, Meteor, and Dosukoi Impact is currently holding the outside of that, north entrance. Yeah, so we are just gonna try and see if we can get something going here for the side of Dosukoi. Yeah, Dosukoi just gonna go for that left door instead. It's actually Nebula Esports who's holding the north side entrance towards Jurassic here, so that's going to be interesting to see how teams are going to go from there and into the other side. Dosukoi Impact, though, they finally have spotted Nebula Esports, so what's going to be the game plan here for the side of Dosukoi Impact, who's currently also playing a bit of catch-up here on 13th place. However, the gap between them and the rest of the lobby could be widened if Dosukoi can get a full wipe here. Can shoot them all the way up, at least to 11th place. Maybe 10th if Meteor does go out early. But not too much of a fight between these two squads. Just a whole lot of gatekeeping, a whole lot of poking. Between Nebula Esports and them, but not much of a commit just yet. No one has gotten any downs. Nebula Esports Hunto, though, taking a whole lot of damage from these shots coming in from Tanomaster. But Nebula Esports, they got some angles, so yeah, I think that's just going to be a retreat for the side of Dosukoi. I don't think they want to get too involved with whatever NES is doing, but that's not actually... Oh, never mind. That wasn't actually the side of Dosukoi. That was actually Kinotrope, who was still working their way outside of the zone, and Pulverex, they do get the full res, but do they know that they might run into Kinotrope once again? It's deja vu for the side of Pulverex here, who's just trying to survive as much as possible here on the outside of the zone while they're trying to loot. They do have the crafting, so they can go for possibly some armor upgrades or whatever they had at the beginning. But Hammer Drill already suffering the wrath of the zone. Down already. They're going to have to spend so many red mans. I don't think they're going to have any red mans remaining as soon as they come into the zone. And the zone is absolutely far from their spot. Maybe is going to have to take that cannon. But Kinotrope, aware of their presence. I think they saw maybe someone jumping, maybe a body flying in the corner. So they're going to decide to stay here for now. And Pulverex, once again, is going to have a meeting against Kinotrope Gaming here.
A trail to unscot. Respawn beacon over there.
Could be them just greeting Pulverex very, very soon. Rest of the squads still pretty passive all around here. Most of them occupying Seto Station already, getting their respective buildings. Ooh, and Reignite actually holding one of the better buildings here and soloing this spot for now. And I think the last time that we went into the zone, it was actually the team that was holding that, getting that dub. So one of the better positions in this zone. But looking at Enter Force 36, though, Catball already put down right in front of them. And Synap, Panic not having a Digi-threat at the moment, is going to climb down, get some damage on the Catalyst, who's trying to go through the window. And this is actually Fennel. Kurihara taking a bit of damage from that nade, but nothing too major from their side. So it's now Enter Force 36 with the dilemma here. Do they take down this team and possibly move on to zone and maybe get third-partied, or do you just ignore them entirely and go for the rotation? And I think Panic already knows what's going to happen here, so he's just going to get out as much as possible. Taking down the reinforced doors, making sure that they have a clear rotation, and it is their own reinforces here. But it's still a pretty slow game all around for most of the teams. Not much in terms of losses. More in terms of this plan to play survival. Arafa is going to get FD Yan. Sinak is going to get Umi-chan. And this is just another easy clear for the side of Pulverex with the second meeting against... Oh, it's not actually Kinotrope. It's actually O2 Esports, another team that has been a thorn on the side of Pulverex at this time of B versus C. And O2 Esports looking to see if they can gain their own run going into this lobby, as Fennel is their main rival at the moment, tied for third place. And O2 Esports looking to see if they can offset that with the kills that they can have. Diaz rolling on forward. Good shots. Can he get the finish though? Conduit Ultimate is also down. Good shot from the car once again. Gets the crack but does not get the finish just yet. Conduit Ultimate is gonna give Maker some damage, but there's a Conduit on that backside. So it's actually Diaz somewhat sandwiched in between these two teams. Not really two teams, in between these two players. And Sinak does get a really big down here on Maker, but Suited Takin with the charge rifle. O2 Esports looking to get the finish. Kodaman's gonna go down, but at least Kinotrope is gonna go down first. So Kinotrope just gonna be stuck in second place. Got some KP, but nothing more than that. So at most they can hope for is 54 points. So Fennel and O2 Esports has a chance. If they can get really deep into this lobby, they can make something happen and maybe yoink third place from Fennel. Maybe even make Fennel place fifth in this situation. O2 Esports not looking too healthy right now. It is only a Conduit. But damn, these thermites being a bit annoying. And O2 Esports, Sudatakin instead is going to take down the last member left alive. O2 Esports is going to be sealed off in fourth place instead. And a well-timed respawn beacon actually left by the last dying member, and is actually going to be useful because Maker is going to be in need of a res. Maker v the Bangalore for the squad back in action. Super important, especially going into this round 4 circle where they do need the smokes to actually help you in terms of rotation here, as Fennel is eliminated. So Layla is eliminated as well. O2 Esports has an opportunity to seal off third place, but they need their rat to live. They need the last one left alive to try and see if he can get something going, but it's actually O2 Esports. Never mind, they actually lost their rat earlier, so now it is up to Crazy Raccoon, potentially. But even they are actually eliminated, so NSD, I mean, there's so many squads that can actually take third place at this very moment, so you cannot count your eggs before you can hatch this yet here. SBI Esports. Oh, the nades. There are plenty. Nebula Esports going to be eliminated. And X-Eyes. Oh, the point-blank havoc from Sizu. Very nice shots from them so far. X-Eyes still in the middle of everything. Just trying to survive SBI Esports. They heard the rest 100%. Swing through wall. 48. Almost a kill. ILY is going to go down. Going to get the finish. However, XTI is not going to fully swing for that last member just yet. Trying to gain some information of what's happening inside, or rather outside here, of the Seto station. And just like I said, the last time that someone held Reignite's position, they actually got the win of the entire game. And we're going to pan on over to Fnatic, who's currently running a blue-purple. Surprisingly pretty low for the side of Fnatic, but knowing them, they can fight with these exact armors, no problem. XTI's still trying to get out of this spot, but Fnatic, they do have the bridge to play with. Some cover to try and hide from the vision of Reignite, but they also have to worry about the team right on top of them. So if Lyca can get a really good wall, maybe isolate this fight against this, against this play outside squad, maybe try and see if they can force a fight with Monzi and the boys here. And then this is going to be easy. TIE is actually just a duo left. Opportunity of a lifetime here for TIE to maybe set the pace, maybe drag themselves from 11th place all the way up to 3rd. So many teams who are on the top 10 already eliminated in this situation. And the circle is now closing. This entire Seto station will no longer be available in 30 seconds. Great swing. Kanata is going to get Yudu. They got the armor swap. Reiji H, 1 HP. Climbs up the fence. Gets the damage, but only cracks. No kills just yet. Oh, but Alibis is going to get Reiji H. Kanata going to get Alibis in return. So X-Ties trying to survive, but they cannot. It's actually Papico just trying to play with the zone, and Papico is eliminated. It's actually Sizu who was ready and waiting outside of the zone to look for something here, as TIE is going to be eliminated, as Iron's going to go down. As Fnatic, they do have the low ground. They do have the help of the bridge. Great kills just to clear Sizu from the right side. Get another additional KP for their side. But Fnatic, they really don't have to win this, but they're hungry for these wins. They're hungry for these kills. Lyca's gonna go down. Conduit gonna have to pop those temp shields. 4 squads left, but look at Yuka F looking to just grief as much as possible for all of the teams that he wants them to be forcing a fight here on towards the bridge to give themselves some better angles. But Fnatic kind of stuck on this low ground. Reignite still has the safety of the pyramid to themselves. Barely has been peeking, only peeking out for damage and maybe some accessory KP. 4 squads left though. Only 3 of them complete. Fnatic still fight the threat. Rolling Thunder is not going to be available for Yuka F in this endgame though, so that's not going to be good news, but they have a really good spot, which is very close to this round 6 circle. They don't have to move for a while, so unless Reignite is going to go for a swing on the right side and take out Fnatic first, they are going to be A-okay for now. And here comes the cat wall. Didn't really do anything. They can still see every single team that is trying to rotate from the south side. It is play outside, trying to see if they can survive as much as possible. Diaz is on the bridge. Fnatic now opting in for the fight. Lyca not available for this one. Instead, it is Satsuki rolling on forward. Great shot from Yuka F. He does get Sanpopo, but can he get another one? Great shot. Armor swap. Yuka F so clutch, but no, it's not going to be the clutch here for Fnatic, as they do go out and forth, sealing first place for today, but play outside. Looking to play survival here. Diaz, 3 squads left going into the zone. They want this fight. They want this kill. They want the KP. Here comes the armor swap. Where's the rest of the squad? Diaz looking for the dub, but can they actually get it? There's still a catwall blocking every single line of vision here, but it's actually Reignite who has been inside of the pyramid, finally out. And Shunmi, very easy clear on Maker. No chance for this squad to maybe go for a clutch. Shunmi's gonna go down, but the rest of the squad is just gonna file on in as Reignite, they get the last dub of the day here in Storm Point.
We have our Apex champions.
And here we go. The last scores for match day number 6. Fnatic with another statement performance here in B versus C. 80 points, clearing every single team in this first 6 sets. Kenotrope in second place, 53. Despite being eliminated super early, it's those prior games that actually clutched it out for them. X-Ties going in at third place, yoinking it from Fennel. O2 Esports getting 43. Thanks to that bit of rat action from the side of Synac, but he got discovered really early. Fennel, though, unsuccessfully going through that rotation, could not go through instead. Crazy Raccoon taken out early, as well as NSD. Reignite, despite the win, could only make it all the way to top 8. However, points are points in towards their side. Papico in 37 with that 9th place, and Diaz 38. Unfortunate for some of these teams who still got the win. However, you know, still got to get those points. You still got to get those KPs. And it seems like Fnatic, they got plenty of those in today's game. So that is it for match day number 6. We're going to see you in A versus B.
girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done now. just wish he knew. I just wish he knew.
When I see you there, through there, and my heart goes blind.
And hello and welcome back to the APAC North Pro League here for the Apex Legends Global Series. We just concluded the B versus C matchup earlier, and now we go into match day number 7 with A versus B. Back at it again. Some teams looking for some redemption here. Enter Force 36 to be specific, looking to see if they can go deeper in this new lobby. Didn't really get too much distance when it comes to that B versus C matchup, unfortunately. I think, all of the rotations were kind of interrupted very, very early on, so couldn't really get too deep into this zone, unfortunately. But still, whole lot of other teams here looking to contend for the scoreboard and looking to see if they can dethrone the current leaders of our leaderboards, which is Fnatic at this very moment after a stellar performance coming into that last series with an 80-point difference. I think it was 88 points to be specific here for Fnatic, with second place with 58. So that is a 30-point gap between the two teams. So yeah, definitely message has been sent from the side of Fnatic that they are here to play, not just to play, but they are here to dominate, and dominate they did. But let's see, with Fnatic out of the picture, who is going to dominate the scoreboards this time for the Group A versus B for the match day number 7. So it's been quite spicy so far, not going to lie. It's been quite the good games here for the side of Kenotrope especially. Got a whole lot of dubs, got a whole lot of KP going into that last game, but I think they kind of shot down in the leaderboard, unfortunately. So I think they can do a bit of redemption here for their sake, so they can definitely get something going. As you know, they are on 4th at this very moment. The team that is right in front of them is Reject Winity with 69 points, so it's only going to take a bit and a bit of luck from the side of Kenotrope to try and see if they can gain 3rd place. Maybe Reject Winity might have a bad day and is not going to have the same impact that we saw from earlier. But there is also Crazy Raccoon, who's also looking for redemption, as they only got 13 points in that B versus C matchup. So not the best placing that they can go for, which is 6th place. Their highest placing in that last series was 2nd in round 2 of World's Edge. But when it came to that last game, unfortunately, they ate the dirt early at Stormpoint at 20th place with 0 KP. So a whole lot of teams really trying to gain some points, especially now we are back with our very first matchup that started this entire league off, which is A versus B. And of course, the thing is with A versus B, the thing is in World's Edge, there is no contest. There is no contests, unfortunately, guys. So everyone is going to be peaceful as for now. So a lot of teams looking to see if they can get a lucky pull on towards the zone. We have seen a whole lot of interesting circles, that is for sure. We got a back-to-back repeat circle here in that last game onto the left side of Monument on the train track. So maybe we can see something similar in this game. Maybe try and see if we can get a spicier zone and see that spicy zone be repeated the exact same way. A whole lot of possibilities here in Apex Legends, that is for sure. But, we're going to have somewhat of a middle pulling zone. And, oh my God. Are we going to go 3 in a row? Are we going to go 3 for today's games for the circle in Monument? Most likely it is not, though, because I think this one is going to pull more in towards either the northern train tracks or towards Epicenter or Survey Camp. Possibilities are endless here with how big the circle still is, as we do take it to Area 310. Currently just looting at the moment here in staging. Opportunity for them to run into another squad could come very soon, as HAO is now starting to make their way through the tunnel from Landslide. They're going to enter the vault, though, so they're going to be kitted up before the fight does start potentially here, going in towards staging. Kind of depends if HAO does want to stay in that tunnel this entire time. But there is also Realize Washoy, who is right behind this squad in Mirage à Trois. One simple rotate, and that could basically be the end of this squad. But for now, it is just gonna be some rotations going on towards the side of Realize Washoy. They are not going in the way of staging. Instead, they are going in the way of Countdown. So E36 has already actually left the area. So instead, the imminent danger here for the side of Realize Washoy is going to be coming from the Satoshi Spark, who's already occupying Lava Fisher at the moment, and can find themselves in a Countdown fight very, very soon, as Schnick is kind of looking in towards that north side. And I think they kind of spot, thanks to that Bloodhound, that there could be a squad already in Countdown. And Schnick is looking to see if he can scout it already. Not going to go too far forward, but I think they already saw someone. But Schnick has to be careful not to get spotted by Realize Washoy out in the open. Don't want to get beaten immediately here. And as we do see, SBI and E36 occupying the top of Skyhook at the moment. Realize found themselves in Skyhook somehow, and gonna try and see if they can survive this onslaught eventually. But Alvaru, really, really good wall just to get them a bit of space to get them inside of the building in Skyhook. A really good take as well. It is one of the buildings that is somewhat closer to the side of Countdown. So if ever you do get stuck in a situation where it doesn't end up here in Skyhook, you can probably just, you know, go around the mountain, have to deal with the Countdown teams first, but at least it's going to be an easier time for you guys to rotate, as the distance is not that much. As E36 is making their way around the Realize Washoy sightlines. That's just going to be an easy rotate for them with the amount of buildings here in Skyhook. And it is... oh, so many teams already. Techwing debuting their homie Gucci here with no Manishi on their team as well. Pretty interesting changes so far, but TIE already in the same area as well in Epicenter at this very moment. Crazy Raccoon also now spotted in Monument, so could be a bit of danger going in towards their way. As Riddle now starting to move northward here, so Crazy Raccoon having to be careful about that situation. As we do see in the flyby, you can see Riddle and Crazy Raccoon could be running into each other very, very soon. The TIE does have a really good overlook between these two teams, so maybe they can try and grief one or two of the teams here, and somehow maybe Riddle or Crazy Raccoon actually ends up as a duo. That's going to be interesting how that pans out, but there is still quite a lot of rotations to be happening here. Riddle Order, just like I said, there is going to be a fight between them and Crazy Raccoon for this spot in Monument. But just now, already looking to go forward. Dogma is still actually crafting his armor here, so they're going to have to take their sweet time in this fight so Dogma can get his armor back. And it is all the way up to blue, just not very close to that purple. And they're just going to rotate back in the building, just not going to try to see if he can get the upgrade here. With only 87 damage left on that armor, it's going to be so perfect if he can get the purple this early. But Reject Winity also in the exact same area. Gonna use those Bangalore smokes to try and rotate Karanpi. Gonna get cracked as well as Sangjun, but I think it's gonna be fine. Just a bit of building to building action going on between these teams here in Monument. And the good old classic Catalyst double reinforce the first floor, and we are just gonna chill. Crazy Raccoon, though, still looking to see if they can deal some damage on these two teams that is occupying a Monument at the moment. But Crazy Raccoon, actually, Dogma is swinging somewhat wide in this situation. And they have to be careful because O2 Esports is also now starting to rotate in towards the Monument side. And we do have a circle reveal here. It is in between Monument and Epicenter. So I think cover is mostly going to be on the side of Monument. There is some spots in Epicenter that you can play. The Icicles can block some of the sightlines from the teams in the low ground, but I mean, if you are the team that wants to farm as much as possible here, such as Riddle Order, you want to take a really good spot, such as the top of this hill. But you have to be careful about the teams already occupying this certain spot, such as TIE. With that triple take, not a joke whatsoever, as they're still kind of looking over Tech Wing here, just in case that they do plan to go for a big flank, but TIE is going to be safe and sound at the top of this hill for now. But still, whole lot of peaceful things going on, except with the exception of Monument, of course. I just heard an Arc Star go off, so someone's probably already raising some fisticuffs here. Possibly near the Riddle Order side. They do break the drone, so I don't think it was an EMP that was coming. I think they were trying to spot out Riddle Order in this car, making sure it's all three members inside of there. No one's going for a cheeky flank or anything, but now the drone is gone. No information on towards the side of Tech Wing, which actually Tech Wing also having to deal with Moze in the same general area, and Kokolobi Gaming is also here. So many teams are actually fighting for the middle of Epicenter as Mikey does take down Aimbot in the background. But Tech Wing, they're holding strong. They do have Gucci with that Watson. Bit of a different take here for the side of Tech Wing. Can we get a little salutes, chat? Salutes to the Revenant of Anaya. May we see it, maybe, in Stormpoint. But it seems like the changes also affected the choices here, this side of Tech Wing. We are going to miss that Revenant, though. Anaya was different on that Legend. That was for sure. So, gonna miss that guy being on that Rev character. But Valk is a good enough character as well to get those quick rotations in. Get some poke with the Q. Try to win some fights with it, but I mean, Anaya, without that Rev, you don't have that green light to fight. You don't have that ult. You don't have that jump. You don't have that escape. But instead, you do have that superior rotation plus that little bit of utility that Valve does have. So I think it's a pretty good trade for the side of Tech Wing, especially with how they're playing the game at the moment. They're just holding at this very moment. And I like that Anaya is actually playing separately from the team because he can just go back at the top of the tower, no problem, as soon as he possibly might get caught. There is also the zip line going in towards the top of that tower, but at the moment, Anaya is trying to get some upgrades on that Evo shield. It's going to be one of the last times you are going to see this type of armor, as Season 20 is rolling in and around the corner very, very soon. Going to be interesting to see how the Apac North teams actually adjust to it. I mean, considering that a lot of these teams are actually very dependent on the ultimates to start things off on their fights, and not just that. I mean, they really would love to confirm a down first before they really fully commit to a fight. So, going to be interesting to see how the more powerful abilities, when you do pick up those certain Evo levels, is going to pan out with the hands of these Japanese squads. But here we go. Area 310. Lemon's already gone. That means they don't have the power of the cat anymore. No cat wall. Instead, you do have the Bangalore smokes. Rolling Thunder is available here for the side of Area 310 if they do want to go further here. But Moze, who was actually contesting Tech Wing earlier for the top of that epicenter, now is just hanging around the survey camp at the moment. Have to be careful about the presence of Meteor, though, as Kuraton is just looking through the tunnel, trying to get some poke. As you can see, the shots from behind, that's totally Kuraton, actually, with the 30-30. Oh, but some good shots here from Datcha, and I think that's an ape. That's 100% an ape going in towards Area 310. Mitarashi is going to get finished off, probably by Tech Wing, who's still on top of this tower. And that's a very nice kill. They just sneak away in time, and they only leave Milim at the bottom of the tower instead. And especially Tech Wing, if they do fly the drone down, and if they do spot that there is a singular rat at the bottom,
We can scale
then
this
it is
area.
going to be bad news for them. Milim, though, hiding behind the pill, but you're spotted, my friend. Drops the rolling thunder immediately. Is that going to help? Maybe. But Anaya might go down with him if Anaya is not careful here. Milim, nice shots on the 30-30. Maybe can get the finish, but no. Instead, he's just going to go for the stick. I respect it. The respawn beacon going to be popped, and now, with the new update, they all have the armors that they got before they died. Mitarashi still gonna have white though, unfortunate. But nades are gonna start to ring through. Tech Wing, they spot the respawn ship, and here comes the rest of the squad. Anaya with the charge rifle, but he's in the zone. He has to get out of it. Round 3 closing is gonna start to hurt a bit. Volt not gonna be hitting in time. No money. Gonna go down. Gucci's gonna go down as well, but they finally take down Area 310. Anaya down to 1 HP. Needs to get the armor swap before he gets spotted, but he gets spotted before he gets the armor swap. Tech Wing is eliminated. And here comes the rest of the Riddle Order squad. Yukio is already down. Melzera having to go back all the way. And unfortunately, might not even make it. Riddle Order is gonna be out in 15th. And Kinotrope, one of the main reasons why they're out here in the first place, is going to try to recover Alpha here. And Alpha, they do get the beacon. Nice shots here from One Tappy. Can do better here. Maybe can get more damage as that Bloodhound, that free Digi-threat with no matter what sights he is holding. Nemesis doing some damage. 68 on the flash. Here comes the nades. SBI about to explode. Happy New Year, my friend. That's SBI Esports turned into fireworks. 13 squads left. Beast of the Hunt still activated, so there might be one more fresh scan for One Tappy to try and confirm some of these spots here. And realize Washoy eliminated in the background by Play Outside. 12 squads left, and this is where the numbers do thin out. The round 4 circle, no cover for some of these teams. Everyone's just forced to run out in the open. Fennel was one of them. And Northampton trying to fight a downhill fight at the moment. There's a res happening in the background, actually, but do they know? But there is someone right behind them, and it is actually TIE shooting over the horizon. And that might be the wrench in the plans here for the side of Northampton. So they might have to go run back up the hill, get some more cover, try and see if they can farm a different way here. And this is just classic HAO, my friend. Really good circle reads and a really good position at the start of the game. And HAO, they kind of fought for that at first, but then I think Reject and the boys were already here, kind of just made it easier for the side of HAO to farm a bit. But here comes Kinotrope Gaming trying to enter the building. Triple take, 185, doesn't make it in time. Watagashi's gonna go down. Watagashi spending a little too long on the outside. And here comes Kinotrope looking to see if they can capitalize on this, but they're in the middle of 4, even 5 squads, so it's gonna take a while before they can get the finish here. Meanwhile, Northampton starting to work on towards the side of TIE. And HAO taking their sweet time, their classic slow approach when it comes to these fights, making sure that they're able to use these Watson fences to try and defend this second floor. Good shots with the Havoc, but I don't think they can do much from this second floor. They don't have enough angles here on Kinotropes. They might just have to let them live for now, as Play Outside is eliminated here. Crazy Raccoon credit with that kill, and they do have 5 CG on that bot. However, the EMP is not available for 2 more seconds, and that EMP could be the tide changer whether or not HAO can actually win this first floor fight. And they might have to pop it early, actually. They need to take out Kinotrope to get first floor. They don't want someone who knows exactly what your play is going into this endgame. And speaking of the endgame, it's going to end in the middle of nowhere. Reject closest to the circle that has very effective cover. You can see Yu in the background on his own, trying to rat. At least he got top 9 for his team. Kinotrope, though, kill leader is on their team, and it is on Mia K. 5 kills so far. I don't know about this one. I don't know about this Rolling Thunder. We have a roof above our head, my friend, but I think the intention for this Rolling Thunder is to try and isolate HAO for this top floor fight. but it's going to be very difficult. The Watson fences are going to be surrounding this second floor, so they're going to have to destroy some of these fences before they get up. But Intro popping it early as soon as the round 5 closing was there, and I think they're trying to steal some of this KP from the teams on the outside. Kokolobi Gaming is going to go down as it was only you left alive. One Tappy is going to get pinned on the outside, and Kinotro fighting a whole nother team while the team is on top of them. And oh my word, look at this zone. Crazy Raccoon gathering at the blue containers and looking at HAO 5CG. Looking in the first floor, every single floor with these bots, or with this drone rather. But Miyake starting to send some shots with this wingman. But Alpha has to be careful despite having armor. Being 1 HP is never good news. Medkit is going to have to be popped as we take a look at the zone again. Northeption, technically they do have a better position here, but Reject is really doing a great job just holding them off in towards that backside. But HAO, they're so locked in. Not going anywhere at all. And O2 Esports eliminated by Reject Winity. As we draw closer and closer to this round 6 zone, Yuka looking on the inside. He's trying to spot out Reject Winity and what the game plan is for this squad. Are they going to go out ASAP, or are they going to go out early? Or are they going to go out late? Still, everyone's holding their breath for this final circle. HAO snug and safe in their building, but not snug any longer as soon as this spot is eaten by the zone. Yuka is 1 HP, gets taken down by Sangjun mid-jump through the wall, so it's gonna have to be Yuka Perodor trying to see if he can get the res going. No, they're just gonna leave him behind. Maybe try and use the knockdown shield as that temporary cover, but Northeption holding 2 different, very starkly different angles here. Great cover though from Razy. Maybe Tide that can go for a bat, but it's gonna be a difficult one. They're just gonna try and see if they can juke it out with the catwalls. They are gonna see Crazy Raccoon on the other side. Junghi is gonna get Razy, but oh, Justa is gonna go down as well. So Crazy Raccoon getting griefed through the wall inadvertently here. And here comes the wingman shot for Miyake. Miyake can collect some of this KP. Very nice shots, but it goes in the way of Alpha. But still, KP is KP for the side of Kinotrope. And Reject finally out of the building into the wall. Kinotrope in the middle of everything, eating all the damage from the Conduit ultimates, but the survey beacon, or not the survey beacon, the respawn beacon of the mobile version here, giving them some temporary solace, some temporary cover. And very nice shots from the side of Karanvi. They finally take out Northeption, who was outside of the zone, outside of the safety. Reject Winity, 2 down for their side. And here comes Kinotrope Gaming looking to get these final kills, and they do get the first win of match day 7.
We have our Apex champions.
And hello and welcome back to the Apac North Pro League here for ALGS 2024. It is match day number 7, game number 2 here in World's Edge, and we do have the scoreboard right in front of your eyes. Kinotrope Gaming with a stellar 28 points to start things off for today. Reject Winity with a very close second here in 16th. Northeption, 10 points. Crazy Raccoon not too far behind with only 1 point. Standing between them and a third place at 9. SBI Esports at 7, and the rest is hovering around the 6, 5, and the 3 mark. So far it was a pretty hectic game. It ended at around the Epicenter Monument open zone, where all hell broke loose for a second there as soon as the buildings were finally swallowed by the zone. And yeah, somehow, some way, every time, Kinotrope sneaking their way in to that final zone, really making it happen for their squad. So Kinotrope gonna try to make it happen once again going into game number 2. We are still on World's Edge, so we have already seen a Monument pull. It's been pulling on Monument a lot, not gonna lie. So maybe we're gonna have northwest, maybe northeast, hopefully. Not Skyhook, but maybe in Climatizer. We haven't had the Climatizer zone in a bit, actually. And Overlook, I don't recall that we have had a single Overlook circle just yet. So that could still be in the cards at this very moment, as we do see the teams dropping. And not much action to see here off of drop. 0 contests here in Group A versus B. So it's going to be peaceful for a while up until the rotations do start occurring and that circle does go. But unfortunate here for the side of Reject Winity, honestly, going into that last game. They had a really, really good position in the, I think it was the second floor of the building across where HAO was actually sitting. But then they had to go outside and contest the Northeption boys. So at least they did get some KP. So second place is not too bad for the side of Reject Winity, but Kinotrope with that God tier hold here on first floor against HAO, who was on that second floor, just trying to see if they can stave off that team because they do have the balcony to play with. But unfortunately, in the process of rotating out of that building, they got absolutely beaten by every single team in that final circle. Unfortunate, but it happens. Someone is going to get focused, and you just happen to be the center of attention. And you don't want to be that, especially when you are on that final zone. So we are going to get a north pulling zone. It is Skyhook and Trials and Countdown in that dotted line and in that green circle. So it is going to be... Could be Countdown, honestly. Could be a Countdown zone. Could be the middle of Skyhook or the north side of Skyhook. I don't think we have seen too many Trials side zones just yet. It could be near where the high ground is, or it could be on towards the backside of Trials near the track. So a lot of possibilities here. So the zone is not revealing too much yet going into this game. And we are already seeing some teams trying to rotate in. Of course, the classic Riddle Order, Meltzera and the boys liking their early spot within the zone. However, we did see in that last game, Riddle Order kind of got stuck in towards the Monument side, and they had a hard time just trying to get out because Reject was keeping them busy as well as Crazy Raccoon. So I think now they're going to learn their lesson. They're going to rotate way earlier. But speaking of an early rotate, Crazy Raccoon, a bit of deja vu for their side. They're going to run into Riddle Order a bit earlier this time, potentially. But yeah, Crazy Raccoon's already out of the picture. They're already looking to find their way within the zone. They even got the Catalyst Q to actually warn them of the presence of Riddle Order already in this tunnel. So could be a quick turnaround for them. But no. No, Crazy Raccoon's actually going to stay in Landslide, so it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to pan out. But no, it's an instant balloon. So I think they're going to try and drop, maybe occupy the west side of Countdown, possibly, maybe the east, if they do want to play a bit farther from the zone. The Crazy Raccoon's already here, and probably are going to take that north room. just gonna reinforce it up. So Riddle doesn't have any choice to either pick the south or the east side to play this one out. They can also play the bridge if they do want to, but they're pretty open from the teams that are on top of Trials at this very moment as Skyhook, classic Skyhook action, get the building, reinforce immediately. Don't go down though, Nitarossi already down already. Do you want to close that door, Milim? Reinforce is not there just yet. Doors are gonna get destroyed. Milim is getting absolutely beamed through these windows, so Area 310 having to play the stair side first. But who is gonna act upon this information that they got? It seems like no one. Everyone is staying within their respective buildings. I feel like in the back of the heads of every single team here, if we do go for this play, there's gonna be another squad right behind us, looking to see if they can capitalize on what looks like 5 or 6 KP. So no one is moving in too hard just yet. But CCG in the vicinity of TIE here. Kokolobi Gaming. I think they realize that that building is occupied, so they're just going to look for another place to stay in. And the classic Skyhook zone action. Every single building is possibly occupied very, very soon. It's one of the few POIs that can actually fit the whole lobby in every single building if, you know, these teams do decide to coexist. But that rarely does happen here in Apac North. We are very selfish about our spots, and reasonably so. Don't want future plays to be ruined soon enough, but Mikey's gonna go down to the creeping barrage. After that Rolling Thunder, Mikey is gonna be okay. Res right back up, but HAO losing that Watson, losing that area of denial super early. Not an ideal outlook for this squad, so yeah, I think most of the teams has already made their way into the zone. Only a handful of teams actually that are still on towards the outside. So Moe's still trying to work their way, could possibly play the tunnel side near the train tracks. And Techwing also making their way into that spot. So we could see a meeting between Moe's and Techwing very soon if they do find both in the tunnel. But instead, Techwing could spot Reject very, very soon here near that horizon, but still whole lot of action going on in Skyhook. Just a whole lot of shooting between these windows. Someone from Meteor is actually on top, or all 3 members of Meteor is actually on top of that middle building, which is a really good spot to hold, especially when it hard closes here in Skyhook. But you need to hold that for the longest time. And you have to fight every single team that tries to get up. So there's possibly like 3 zip lines going up their way. Having to worry about the Valks and the horizons as well very, very soon. But Moe's, you know, taking their time, relaxing a bit here in Survey Camp. Won't be relaxing very soon, though, because Techwing in their sightlines very soon. Anaya back in that Revenant. He likes it. It seems like he didn't like being on that Valk, so now he's going to switch back to that Rev. We love that for Anaya, honestly. He tested it out. I don't think he liked the Valk, so going to be back in good old Rev 4. However, Sentinel has been 0 and 2 so far on our screen. And it is amped up as well, so he spent 2 cells. And if he can't hit a single shot here, it's not going to be too much value in the way of this Sentinel. And even then, he's getting shot into absolute hell by the team that is on top of that epicenter side. And that is actually Vortex Wolf. Was holding the position of Techwing earlier, actually. But Techwing doesn't have that Watson anymore, so they're not going to be too antsy in holding this position in epicenter. So instead, they're just going to leave it alone. Probably try and see if they can gatekeep Vortex Wolf, who is still inside. But I think Vortex Wolf, they're going to go the long way around, possibly through Landslide into Countdown. Maybe try and see if he can grief Kenotrope here from behind. But there's still so much time on the board here to make a important rotation happen. Fennel doing exactly that into the tunnel, already spotting one of the members out, and that's going to be Reject Winity versus Fennel very, very soon. But look at the amount of fences, the power of the Watson, the area denial. You cannot get in here for free. You're going to have to spend some bullets just to try and clear some of these fences. But instead, Fennel looking for the bigger fish. Gonna take that high ground. First shot missed for Anaya. Second shot is down. 0 and 4 on this Sentinel so far for Anaya. Gonna have to hit that one very soon. Important fights are about to come up, especially for the teams that are near that choke point in and around that mountain, such as TechWing. O2 gonna start to enter Skyhook here. They do have at least 6 choices of buildings here. But the zone is gonna pull hard left, so it is gonna be somewhat of the trial zone here. So who is going to hold that high ground? That's the true question. I mean, the last time that this happened is actually Satoshi Sparks, who held the high ground the entire time, getting this dub in this exact zone of World's Edge. So they've already got it in their muscle memory that they can win this exact game if they're just patient enough, especially Skyhook. A lot can happen in just one round closing. So patience is the key here for the team staying inside. Oh, Milim. Can you make it too? Seems like knows the answer. Ooh, but could be action coming in here for the side of Kinotrope and Fennel very, very soon. But Kinotrope, what are they deciding to do here? I mean, they get to stay here, honestly, up until round 3 closing is incoming. They don't have any spots to rotate into, especially Northception is hiding in that very big 4-floor building. Maybe they can coexist in the 1st or 2nd floor, but I don't think Northception is going to allow that to happen unless Kinotrope does set up correctly here. But we are going to see Watakashi with a Sentinel on towards the outside. Realize Washoi, the classic Rampart, Conduit, and also the Catalyst on their squad. So, oh, and the circle gets smaller, and it pulls actually north. So Realize is somewhat in the zone, so they can stay in their building. No, they decide, okay, we're not going to play the building. Instead, we are just going to run into SBI and try to fight them off of their better position. But they do take a look at Kinotrope here, who's currently spotting out Fennel at this very moment. And it seems like Realize, I can already see the death boxes, the death feed in the background. Seems like they have regretted running into SBI as of now. And Fennel now aware of the presence that Kinotrope is on their backside. So Kinotrope, once again, another long rotate from their side. And I think this is the right rotate to do so, as if you can fight off the Satoshi Sparks from their position here in Trials, you're going to have such a good spot. But play outside also having the same idea, mirroring the side of Kinotrope, but Realize Washoi, only one person left alive. And I think they heard that bat. They 100% heard that bat. And I think this might just be the end, my friend. It's been a nice run for the side of Realize Washoi going into game 2, but I think that Scan is going to spot him out. Senna is going to be out of the picture. Realize Washoi is taken down. Play outside as well. Getting taken down. Wait, they were the ones who actually third-partied this high ground. How has Kinotrope not died yet? Actually amazing what is happening with the side of Kinotrope. Somehow live a situation where they were supposed to be the ones getting sandwiched, but it seems like they're using the element of surprise here for the side of the Satoshi Sparks. But SBI Esports taking out that early rotators from the side of Realize Washoi. One of the main reasons why they couldn't make it here in the 3rd to last circle. Rashi, everyone trying to file their way into Skyhook here. And Kinotrope trying to work their way. I think they're playing the underside of Trials, so I don't think 3S does mind them being on the underside as long as they do not affect their high ground play. They are going to be fine, but TechWing, though, gonna spot some boys out. A cranked up Sentinel so far. My man is 0 and 4 with this weapon. But some shots with the Sentinel. Here comes the Forged Shadows, and here comes the jump from Anaya. It's actually a tactical retreat coming in from the Revenant. Good shots once again with the 30-30. Hits a 42 to the dome. And no money. Sends an Arcstar towards the other side, but it is going to be a tough situation here for the side of Fennel. And if Kinotrope was still here, they could have actually third-partied as they were waiting here in Countdown this entire time, but it seems like Reject has took that spot. And Reject, now it is your problem to deal with Tech Wing here. Going into this rotation, however, look at the amount of buildings still available in this Skyhook zone. There is still technically 3 that are inside, but the circle is going to eat them alive for 40 more or for 30 more seconds. But here comes a nade coming in from Fennel. Yukio sends an exploding gift towards that side of Fennel. Just trying to play the low ground at this very moment. Momon maybe is going to get the res. Good shots here from Momon. Yukio was going to go down. The instant 144 from the Volt. No answers yet from the side of Riddle. Oh no. It's going to be a tough one. But no, they're going to be fine. I mean, I think Riddle is just going to leave them alone for now. Don't want to get too involved in the fight. Don't want to lose too many meds. Instead, they just have an entirely different idea. Riddle is going to swap buildings here. Just inch ever so closer to the zone. So they do occupy the building behind where Crazy Raccoon and Fennel is at this very moment. It's going to provide them temporary solace as the circle is going to start to close in. And we're going to take a look at Tech Wing, Satoshi Sparks, or Reject. Look at the amount of teams near Trials. Just trying to spot each other out, but we do have the Skyhook still underway. Area 310 inside of their building, snug and safe, and O2 Esports having to play the stair side instead. They can't overextend though, but do they know someone is gonna shoot through the windows? O2 Esports gonna lose their first member. Area 310 finally swinging out. Lemon getting the shot with the PK. Do they notice that there's a man right behind you? The Arcstar gonna hit him for only a bit. And it seems like O2 Esports was not for long going into that final zone. Coco Lobby Gaming's out. 12 squads left, and this is the chaos happening here in Skyhook. All the buildings are not available anymore in the next 60 seconds. And the Satoshi Sparks, who I expected to be one of the teams that could live longer going into Trials, and it seems like that's going to be the end of them as their Bloodhound does go down. Reject Winity winning out the spot here, but there is still a squad possibly inside of Trials at this very moment, but we're going to spot Vortex Wolf here. Could look over towards that Trials side, especially Vortex Wolf. They can just climb up on one of these balconies or climb up on top of these on these stairs, but kind of depends on how many looks they can get here. Oh, but there's already another squad inside of their building already. And it seems like Vortex doesn't plan on sharing, but I don't think they have any sort of choice as Meteor is eliminated. Good shots from the side of Mose, and Vortex Wolf gonna eat the majority of that Rolling Thunder, but the Chaoson gonna get a bit of revenge here for the side of Riddle Order for throwing that one. And they might actually just jump on this Riddle squad. Already lacking the members here, but you have to be careful. You have to hit your shots. If you don't, it's basically game over for your guys. Chaoson does get Yukio. Pretty easy cleanup for the side of Vortex Wolf. And they're just going to go for the KP instead. Chaoson's going to go down instead. Sammy gonna get the kill. And Mo's eliminated. Crazy Raccoon's eliminated. This is what I was talking about. All hell breaking loose by the side of round 5. Riddle Order is finally eliminated as they're already lacking a member in that situation. Great shots from the side of Reject Winity. But can they get more for that KP, for that juicy KP points? Karanti, though. Reject Winity, pretty high kill game coming in from their side. I think they got 10 plus kills here, so they're going to be farming for a bit. Vortex Wolf is out. Area 310 is out. We only have 3 squads left. Spot someone in the low ground. And it is going to be Reject versus E36 at the moment. The beams are going to go through. Oh, the high ground advantage, but Karanki gets absolutely beamed here by Aimbot. Really nice kill. Obli gets 2. And it seems like Obli finally got the rest of the members here on towards the side of Enterforce 36. Oh, but they cannot answer. They cannot answer the third party coming in from SBI Esports. That's pretty much it. I mean, that was just a wounded last squad taken advantage of by SBI, who was also a duo. So great timing coming in from them as they do collect the second win of the day.
We have our Apex champions.
And hello and welcome back to the APAC North Pro League here for ALGS 2024. Reject Winity, 37 points in first place at this moment. Kinotrope on 33. And currently, these are the two teams on the top two. Currently holding everyone out at this very moment, so credits to them. SBI Esports in second place with 29. Crazy Raccoon with 14. Northception with 12. Area 310 with 11 at the 5th spot. And actually, a lot of teams are actually tied for the number 6 spot here with 11 points. So Moe's Enter 436, Vortex 12, O2 Esports, all on 11 points at the moment. Riddle Order kind of getting that Kinotrope luck from game 1, or day 1 rather. Not the best rotations from their side. You can't really blame them, honestly. I think a lot of teams, or with the circles that we're going with right now, their rotation to landslide, to going into the vault and going back up north, made it very difficult. Especially, there are a lot of teams already planning to go through the landslide side, going into countdown. So it was not the easiest path for the side of Riddle Order, that is for sure. And not just that, they barely got any spots inside of this zone. And even if they did, you know, Skyhook, it's a brutal zone, man. Even though it is round number 4, there is still plenty of buildings to play through. And knowing damn well how Skyhook works, almost every building is almost occupied here. You're going to see the good old drops, of course, from all of the teams. Once again, there is 0 contests here in World's Edge, so we're going to see a whole lot of looting. Most action you're going to get here is probably from the rotations instead. So we are going to take a little bit of a look in the drops here. SBI Esports actually getting the entirety of Skyhook by themselves, but unless Enter Force 36 does want to circle right back around, go in the cave, maybe try and take Skyhook East here. So maybe they can try and see if they can get some additional loot, but SBI already spreading themselves out, making sure that we do get as much loot as possible here in Skyhook. And I already know that SBI Esports is going to be one of those teams that is going to be really, really kitted. And as you guys can see, with the dotted line, are we going to see it? Are we going to see the Monument Zone near the train tracks for the 3rd time today on an entirely different match day as well? Going to be interesting to see how these teams react to it, especially for the teams who were from the Group A side who had no idea that this entire zone streak was actually happening. And the side of Group B, they already are aware of what is about to go down. So probably all of the teams who were from the Group B side is now going to start to rotate into this one. And, ooh, Northception with a bit of early action from the side of Yuka Perotator with that very nice Nemesis shot, but I don't think they're going to go for it all the way just yet. He barely has any ammo and does prefer that Hemlock. Hemlock Nemesis. Double burst energy and a heavy for the burst here. Maybe Yukapero is trying to not spray too much, instead be deadly accurate. To be fair, the Hemlock, the damage is insane if you can hit all 3. But a Riddle Order, are they running into a team? And that's Area 310, who was in that Harvester's side. Was once occupied by the side of Crazy Raccoon, but Crazy Raccoon's already found themselves in the side of Monument. And here comes the fight. Great shots here from Melzera. The nades are going to start to fly. Here comes the smoke to block things off on towards the right side. And here comes Melzera, not scared to push the issue. Very nice shots, but he's also cracked in the process, only having white armor. Not the best start for their side. Yukio, 1 HP as well. Riddle Order a bit wounded from that fight, as they're the ones who actually started it off. And Lemon with a very nice push, but Satu gonna try and see if he can live as much as possible. Does get 2 hits on towards that white armor. No practice yet, though. Melzera trying to pop that Phoenix kit, and that he does. Armor swap is a possibility as Yukio finally goes down. Melzera, no armor. Great spray. Area 310 down. Riddle Order, they own Harvester for now, but do they? Because Reject Winity is right behind them and is looking to finish them off. Riddle Order, just like I said, this is some Kinotrope Day 1-esque luck from their side. And once again, Riddle Order, it is looking grim in towards their side. Already 2 down. Meltzera is also out of the picture. The Buster Sword isn't needed here. Only needing 10 more bullets from that car. And Karampi gonna get that extra KP for that side. And recheck Winity. Just like a bully, taking the lunch money here from the side of Riddle Order. All their hard-earned loot. Now it is only Saku on his own in this tunnel right under E36. And E36, if they do have a catalyst queue somewhere there, it'll actually warn them that someone is in this tunnel. So I think Saku might have a rough idea. So he's going to try to get out of that situation, maybe try and go through staging and look for something else. But Fennel going to spot them up. Kinotrope as well, looking to rotate out of Thermal Station. Already a purple, blue, purple towards their side. So already looking good in terms of the loot here. But is going to try and see if they can fly through in towards Harvester. But he just had to fight here in Harvester. So Reject Winity is still in the general area. So if Kinotrope does get spotted first here, this could be bad news. But there we go. That's the ping. Plus the help of the Bloodhound Bird as well. So they know exactly where Reject Winity is. And the bird can actually be a bit misleading here for the side of Kinotrope. I think they might think that the bird actually traveled way, way farther in this situation. But Fennel is also in this one. Survey beacon has been scanned. And here comes the RE45 with the hammer points. Soon the preferred weapon if you do have a digi threat, as the SMGs are going to have those no longer after Season 20 rolls around. So Apac North is going to have a really good time with these RE45s, as they already are in love with it. But no green light on these plays just yet. Harvester, Kinotrope already left, so it is only Fennel and Reject at the moment. And even Reject does not want to get involved with this play, so instead they're just going to fight Kinotrope for the top side of this zone. So for now, there is a bit of safety for the side of Pinoter and the boys over at the side of Fennel. But as soon as they get to the end of this snake, they might actually run into Reject Winity once again. It could be another opportunity for Kinotrope to slide down the hill, considering there's no one else in the general area that is near earshot of these two teams. And Reject, I already know what they're going to do. They're going to rotate in towards the far side, but no. It is Reject going in towards the far side instead. So Fennel might be the ones fighting Kinotrope, who does have the cover at this very moment. But we're going to pan on over to Techwing, who's currently in a fight. Anaya already popped the Forged Shadows, obviously. But is this going to be a full swing just yet? Kodaman cannot get the down, is going to rope up. A bit slow on the movement, but he's going to be fast enough to catch the Bangalore baby. Thermite. Conduit ultimate is also spent as well, so they're going to have to rope up after these meds have been popped. But they are not going to use the temp shields from the Conduit. Instead, they're going to use it as delay to get these bats off. And Kotaman and Sinak already out of armor here. Opportunity, although very small, could be capitalized here for the side of Techwing. And Techwing, instead, they're just going to be like, all right, we're just going to take the train station instead. You guys can have that Fade building, and we are going to be A-okay. So CCG also looking over the capital city station at this very moment. Trying to see if they can get some accessory KP, but I think both of these teams have already conceded the fight, already located in both of these buildings. Some clients realize with Shoy, do they have a building? Do they have a building? That is the question. It seems like they don't have a building. Instead, they have an EMP to the face, and not like this. And it seems like tomorrow, the first one down for their squad, Realize having to run away as fast as possible. That is going to be the Conduit down. Tomorrow might be right up next. And there we go. Tomorrow, Senna and Auharu down for the side of Realize Washoy. unfortunate because they had the good fly-in. It's just that it just so happens that there's a team on that exact spot. And Monument is kind of rings the same bells as Skyhook from time to time with the amount of buildings that we do have in this zone. And it seems like we are not going to pull in the way of the train tracks. Instead, we might see something more towards the middle of Monument here. So teams are not going to have the deja vu that they had from that last series, especially the Group B teams. But Sinak on the underside of Monument, they see someone crossing. Here comes the Prowler, full auto. Jakusha is going to go down. Unfortunate. CCG already losing a member. Bit of smoke's going on and a bit of loot from their side. TIE trying to harass the people trying to cross the street. But O2 Esports, they're going to be fine recovering after that fight. Not much of a fight, honestly. It's just one dude running around and getting caught here in Monument. And here we do have a outlook of the zone. SBI Esports still somewhat on the outside of it as E36 playing the train tracks at the moment. And I wonder if E36 actually spotted SBI towards their backside, because that could be a difference maker, honestly. And that you can see in the background with the 30-30. Griefing some of the teams through the windows. Could be on the outside as well. They need to get it down on this Meteor team, though. If they can get it down on the Meteor team, I think O2 Esports can enter that building, no problem. Even if they don't take it entirely, they can maybe force a share scenario, but I think they'd rather go in towards the Monument itself, maybe towards the top floor. There's the high ground that you can still play there, so plenty of opportunities to play here in towards the side of Monument. As, ooh, could be a spicy fight going on the outside of zone. SBI running into the Satoshi Sparks near the tunnel of Skyhook. And there's also Riddle Order. Riddle Order is somehow alive, and they have 3 members. The power of the respawn beacon outside of zone, but we pan on back to Reject Winity. Nice shots with a triple take, but Yukio goes down to the ring. I don't think Riddle Order is going to be alive for long. And look at the Satoshi Sparks. Instant reaction from their side as they start to move down towards the zone, as Reject Winity might be eaten by the zone very soon. Round 3 closing is about to come, and look at the people flying on over. That is play outside, playing in towards the inside of zone this time. But what spot can they take? They do have the underside of those rails, but I don't think that's going to be a permanent spot for them just now. They do have a blue container that they can play inside of, but they already lose 1 member here. And Irakane gonna try to see if they can recover well. They do have the temp shields. Jusna just testing the waters, not going too far forward, but Sammy gonna get Watage. First casualty for the side to play outside, so it's only Tanpopo and Oh. But still, man, this is a rough spot for play outside. There's so many teams surrounding them right now. There's at least 4, and they are currently actively fighting right now, so it's basically POS hearing everything that is happening on the outside. Crazy Raccoon versus Kinotrope, and then Reject Winity is also in towards the south side. So it's all ears for the side to play outside, but it might be the bullets going in towards their side as well, as Irikan is going to go down first, or rather second after Watage. Tanpopo might be up next. That is going to be popped. The ultimate for the Bloodhound is available to give him that extra boost of speed. But Reject Winity still in towards the rail side. Sangjun, the master of the wingman, but now he's going to rock that 30-30. Especially with that Skull Piercer attachment. If you hit the head, that is an instant crack. But Sangjun taking some damage as well. Reject having to hold this bridge, which was once held by play outside, but then Watage went down, and it was only a duo that was holding that position, and you cannot hold that position as a duo, honestly. The other team is going to spot it immediately if you are a duo. But the smokes are going to help a bit. Kinotrope doing a bit of poking in towards the side of Reject. Is going to have to spend both of their smokes to block off some of the vision here, as O2 Esports is going to be eliminated in the background. Reception starting to spot their name within the kill feed as well. The Satoshi Sparks trying to do a little poke. Tech Wing trying to go the long way around for the sake of the zone, but don't want to go too far. You don't want to run into Mo's, but speaking of running into each other, Crazy Raccoon. Conduit ultimate is about to be popped. Justna, 1 HP. Jung-hee with a nice spray, but can he go for 2? Oh, the Nemesis. Almost enough, but Jung-hee on 1 HP. This man is barely breathing. Temp shields not available just yet. And Jung-hee, my god, he just lives with a sliver of HP. Dogma still at the 2nd floor, but Crazy Raccoon, they want this entire building to themselves. They don't want any 1st floor players. And Popo is still trying to play survival games here towards the underside. And there is still 15 squads in this tiny zone. Techwing, the only one playing slightly edge here. I don't think they have a choice, honestly. But they do have the wall to play with, so they're going to be fine. But no, they opt in to go for the underside of Monument instead. But it's already occupied by the side of Enter Force 36 as someone is actually flying on over. And that is actually the solo Valk. Maya trying to survive as much as possible like an annoying fly in the sky. But Fennel is right here. You are going to get climbed on 1 bajillion%, Maya. So it could be goodbye very, very soon. As soon as this round 5 closing does come in, they heard that flight. They heard the landing. They even heard the itinerary at this point. Meteor, SBI Esports going to be eliminated by them. But here comes the 3rd-party Meteor. Going to have to get out. Kuratan, last one left alive for his squad as that Bangalore HAO. Another squad they have to worry about here. Stushi Sparks is also in the same spot. TIE is also in the same spot. Everyone holding their breath. Who is going to act on first? TIE, they do get the beacon, but they do not have that crypto to go for the long-range res. 126 meters away from them is the beacon with Vortex Wolf. They might actually spot the rat that is hiding on the underside of the bridge, but could be a bit difficult. Northeption do spot some couple bats. Actually dropped. Oh, and that is the squad in the corner. Techwing's eliminated. That's the team who was trying to play hard edge going into these final few circles, and it didn't work out in their favor. And man, the circle is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and Fennel in a good spot. They can gatekeep Vortex Wolf, they can gatekeep Reject Winity. And Justna and the boys are also on the outside of the zone, and 35 seconds for this round 5 closing. I think this is where we end up in single digits in terms of the squads left. Fennel trying to play cover as much as possible here, but it is going to be a tough time. And I think the fights are going to start here on towards the side of Monument. HAO trying to destroy these Conduit Ultimates as much as possible, but they cannot do it. They're taking so much damage, and it's all electric for the side of Enter Force 36 as they enter the side of Monument. They even got a gold knock to get that good reset. 9 squads left. Everything is going down. Waya Chang is going to get Yukapero. Fennel having a hard time surviving. However, they can just go back to their spot, go for the bat. Here comes Iron going down. Great shots here from Aimbot with that Volt, but look at how comfortable Mose is this entire fight. As soon as they sense danger, they can just go right back up the zip and play it real safe. Reject playing with another squad on their side. Everyone having their respective sides, but Crazy Raccoon instead. Let's just fight right now. Why not? Sangjoon with some nice shots. Crazy Raccoon eliminated, but here comes the 3rd party. Defenses don't stop bullets, my friend. And Fennel looking to go for the finish on these last 2 players. They do get out just in time. They pop the Catalyst wall. The spikes are going to give a bit of delay, and Oblie's going to get away, actually. So Reject Winity, they're going to survive, but with only 1 name on the board for their squad. Pinoter looking for the final Catalyst. The Q. They are going to spot the Q, and they're going to think it's actually on the other side of the wall, so Obli can actually bait this a bit. Oh, but that's gonna get Sangjoon with that 30-30. And there we go. And that's the finish in towards Obli. That man was out in the open, and now we have Reject Winity coming out in 6th. Mose E36, Satoshi Sparks, Fennel, and Northeption left in this final zone. It is looking like Mose is gonna take this opportunity from the high ground to try and see if they can secure themselves a win, but still Northeption They do got the generator to block off the Rolling Thunder for now. Do a bit of charging as well with these armors. And look at the Satushi Spark, so patient. Popping that catwall, isolating the fight between them and Fennel at the moment. But they're taking their sweet time though. Satushi not really going for it just yet, but they might actually regret not pulling the trigger on that strategy. Enter Force 36 coming in from the side. They did not go for the push, and now they're gonna pay for it. But man, Northeption still a bit hesitant to go for the full swing. Aimbot is gonna get one of the members of the Satushi Sparks though, and Northeption, here comes the wall from their side instead. But Wyatt Chang is right behind them. Wyatt Chang is eating a lot of zone damage. Wyatt Chang trying to rat it out as much as possible. He does have the smoke to block things off. Does get the bat off. 4 squads left, and here comes the rest of Enter Force 36, and Fennel is eliminated. 3 squads left. And I think this is a duo and a trio. And Enter Force 36 looking to do a little bit of cleanup duty here. 8 KP for Aimbot so far. And what a freaking game from the side of Enter Force 36. That's what I'm talking about when I was saying a comeback. E36, they take the last game of World's Edge.
We have our Apex champions.
And hello and welcome back to the APAC North Pro League for ALGS 2024. My name is Sneaky Frog, and we have game number 4 locked and loaded very, very soon. But we do have the match scoreboard for today. 47 points here for Reject Winity, with quite the lead up against Enter Force 36, who just had a stellar game here to cap things off here in World's Edge. Keentrope not too far behind me, okay? Has been farming. One Tappy has been having an absolutely stellar match day going into B versus C. So Keentrope with a bit of recovery from that last performance. So we are going to try and see if they can gain another top 3 finish going into this one, and potentially maybe another top 1, and they can join the upper echelon of the teams currently in the overall standings. The rest of them, it's going to be really close for SBI, who's only 3 points behind Northeption 5, and Mose, who is all the way in 12 points gap between them and a 3rd place. So we are going to go into game number 4 very soon, and we're going to have a bit of a map change. Last 3 games here for match day number 7 as we do enter Storm Point. Are we going to see anything different? Nope, it's still it's still no contest. So we're not going to see some action here at the start of the game. I think the most hype thing that's going to happen at the start of the game is HAO attempting to steal the Trident from Mose. And they're probably not going to do that, actually, because their rotation's actually already really good. Unless, you know, it is a hard left zone, but kind of depends on where the pull is going to go through. Maybe we're going to see another devastated coast. Maybe. I mean, that's kind of like a requirement so far for most of these games here in Storm Point and APAC North. At least one devastated coast zone to test things out. And here comes the drops. I think at most there is, if it is going to be an left pulling zone, we do have a Reject Winity probably running into Riddle. Realize Washoy running into Reject. Fennel might have a meeting with Riddle Order as well. I think Riddle is going to have a better time here in Storm Point, as they do have just a better hold of things going into this map. So they do have a chance to get back into the scoreboard, maybe try and sneak their way into 2nd or 3rd. First place is kind of a pipe dream at the moment. Reject Winity kind of having a gap against everyone at the moment. But if Reject Winity does have a bad few games here, first place could be up for debate for most of these teams. And here we go. Luton, not much shooting from any of the teams. No Trident stealing incoming here, so Wyatt Chang going to keep eyes on that Trident for now. So HAO not going to attempt anything too cheeky. And, ooh, speaking of the left, we are going to have a east pulling zone at this time. So that is going to be very interesting, to say the least. So, play outside's already there. SBI is in close proximity. E36 going to have an easy time coming in unless Reject does a little cheeky rotate here and goes into that 3-ball building right under Panic's hands. But Realize Washoy already riding on the Trident, looking for the fast rotation. So many teams on Trident, and it seems like you're going to see a lot of driving from the side of Realize with Shoy. Maybe they do want to loot up as they are passing by some of these spots, so gotta be a bit careful here where they are going at this very moment, as another squad could be incoming in towards their vicinity. And the closest thing that you do have to a squad here on towards the side to play outside is going to be SBI and Realize with Shoy, who is kind of almost meeting each other here in the down beast, not gonna lie. But the down beast is such a huge POI that, you know, they're probably gonna take a while before they realize, oh, there's another squad here. But reject, okay, I'm already seeing something red going in towards their side. So oh, reject, you can't run into Riddle Order right now unless you're really confident in your loot, and maybe with the weapons that you do have, maybe you can gain something. But Sankryu seeing the purple death box off of the flyer, but what does he get? And he gets attachments. Sometimes those purple death boxes are misleading, you know. Sometimes it gives you a purple armor, sometimes it gives you a purple sniper stock. Kind of depends on what the vibe is for today's games. But a wingman off of drop already. That's going to be interesting to see if anyone is going to try and grab that off of the drop, especially with how effective the wingman has been for the past few games, especially with just these very clutch situations that you have to go for. But Riddle going for the early rotate here, as they do per usual. And are they going to find a backside building here? There is some building that they can go for, and this is not actually a safe spot because, oh, Sankryu from the top of the crane, off of, or not actually on top of the crane, he was just on top of the rock instead, and he was just actually playing delay. Yukio is going to go down, and not just that, Bocek acquired, Sentinel replaced, and this is going to do a whole lot more damage, that is for sure. Just going to grab that 3x just in case any other marksman / sniper players want to go for it, and Army does have the 4x, 10x digital threat on that longbow. That means these smokes are not going to be safe to cross, not in the eyes of Army. Really good spot already here in the down beast. He's going to try to farm some of the teams. 58 in the chamber, so it's going to have a really fun time just shooting it out here on the top of down beast. But he has to make sure, that no one comes up right behind them, because realize if they catch Army off guard, if they get a 3-man climb here and just beam Army into absolute hell, that could be a member lost for the side of SBI Esports. Already another team landing in the same area. And SBI, oh, crack after crack after crack, and the digital threat with the longbow is not going to get the kill, though. Safe crossings for the side of Play Outside here. And there is also a team right in front of them, and that is HAO. Always finding a way in the zone. Not much of an early rotate from their side, but they find the zone anyways. But SBI, very adamant on taking this man out, taking this one player who's deciding to go for the rotate. I told you, the smokes don't matter because the digital threat is there. And Army getting that golden longbow at the start of the game is benefiting him so much, farming so much damage for that Evo. 313 away from getting that red. So this longbow is definitely getting some value here for the side of SBI. And could serve more value as the teams are now starting to rotate in. So they're going to use a lot of Bangalore smokes, and they're not going to realize the man on top of the building, despite being the Bloodhound, has not used his ultimate. Instead, does have that Digi with the Skull Piercer as well. So that's going to be quite the headshot if you do get hit by it. And the round 1 closing is now starting to rear its head. Mo's still outside of the zone. Still hanging around near the Zoo Station side. Is going to make their way in towards the wall, but they're going to take their sweet time here. Maybe they can even... Oh, there's no crafting in the wall, so they're not going to be crafting there anytime soon. And I think they've already crafted enough, honestly. They do have the survey beacon plus the console at the same time. Information aplenty for the side of Mo's for a team outside on the edge. already. Army, once again, with the Digi threat. He's not going to hit it. Charged rifle versus longbow. The thinner the angle, the worse it gets. 55 to 58 here for Army. And is slowly building up that Evo. Yeah, no teams running into each other just yet. I mean, at most, there was one squad that tried to fight for it, but immediately was left alone. Don't want to expend bullets this early in the game, I guess, but at most, the first fights are going to occur in towards the backside of down Beast, as NTH is going to try to jostle for position, as well as Fennel here, who's in the backside of NTH. And Kokolobi Gaming holding this entire hill. 3x on this charge rifle here for Jakusha.
Let's go this way. Enemy over there.
Yeah, but everyone is still chilling at this moment. Oh, it's the south of Down Beast, where almost 5 teams are actually inside of the dotted line at this very moment. So Reject's going to be safe. Play Outside's going to be safe. TIE, not so sure because they're outside. And O2 Esports, of course, and North Eption already holding that Godrock pretty early here, but I don't think that's where the zone is going. So, and that's going to be temporary solace for them for now. But Meteor, ooh, I think they finally ran in towards the bottom side here. E36 also might run into the Satoshi Sparks, who's currently occupying checkpoint at this very moment. Is going to look to see if he can go northward here. But yeah, I don't think they're going to be disturbed at all. Not going to be disturbed at all. I think the team in checkpoint's just going to leave them alone. But at the same time, are they going to leave the team in checkpoint alone? No, instead, they're going to opt in for the full fight. The Satoshi Sparks, I think they recognize that there is another squad in this POI. So Shink already ADS'd up on this building. Nemesis is already locked and loaded. As we do see in the background, Meteor's already eliminated. Techwing might be right up next. Yes, they are. That's 2 squads already out. 2 squads outside of the zone currently. And there is another squad outside. Not really outside of the zone, barely touching the white zone, actually, in this round 2 closing. There is someone right on top of Area 310 at the moment.
That's a good idea. Closed door here.
Can get that first blood, knowing how mechanically gifted this team is. Not downplaying Area 310 here, but they're going to have to be the ones getting this first entry kill, because Kinotrope at the moment, they're stacked up in terms of the armor. They got the purple, they got the blue. But do they got the shots? That is the problem. Area 310 looks like they have another idea for this zone. But speaking of the zone, Enter Force 36. Someone has entered in their building, and that is going to be realized with Shoy. 2 players down in towards their side. Last one left alive. Going to be on the outside, running right away. And Enter Force 36. They didn't even have to move to get that last player from the side of realized with Shoy. SBI Esports shooting through the door, but the reinforcers are a bit too strong. Even the catwall to block off the vision here. Very, very clutch catwall, actually, to block off the south side. So E36 have a split-second opportunity to try and fight SBI as soon as they get the reset, but aimbot's down to 1 HP. Mikey's gonna get the first kill. Enter Force 36 looking like this might be a done deal for them, but Mikey gonna be on 1 HP. Valkyrie not gonna affect them at all, and that is Enter Force 36 out of the question. SBI even getting the kill leader in towards their side. That is going to go in the way of Sankryu. And HAO at the top of the hill watching this entire skirmish happen. They do not care at all. They'd rather just hold their position. And Fennel starting to work on their rotate as well. Alpha a bit ahead of his team. Has to be careful though. There's a dead guy surfing on the cannons at the moment. And Dash, he does have that golden armor, so he's going to be fine in terms of the red heals, but they're going to have to cannon back and run into Fennel potentially, but I don't think they have to. They're pretty close to the zone that they can just walk it in towards the backside, but Fennel, they're going to ping that, and they're going to try and see if they can harass the team as soon as they get into the zone. Maybe try and get that +3 from Moze. I think they're a bit too busy trying to fight off the backside. Kokolobi Gaming still occupying that middle building between TIE and Vortex Wolf, and I think Fennel does want to get that immediately, but the zone is going to pull in towards where Crazy Raccoon is. Play outside. O2 is also there. Reject, Northeption. So many teams in such a small spot. And not much room to work with here.
Rival over there. Wonder what the play is.
Very slow play coming in from all of the teams at this very moment.
I like this spot energy. Let's go.
Mill is going to be occupied by 5 squads. The 2 other squads are on the outside buildings. TIE and CCG already holding their places, but HAO having a bit of trouble coming into the zone. SBI having a bit of trouble as well as they have to deal with the Satoshi Sparks and HAO, but never mind. Mikey with the absolute beam of the 30-30 repeater just takes down the entirety of the Satoshi Sparks, so we're out in the open. And I wonder if SBI is going to notice that HAO is also in the vicinity. And Riddle as well. SBI is still not in a good spot despite getting the kills, but we're going to take it on to the side of Vortex Wolf instead. And they're going to be going up against Area 310 here. Going to have to be a clean fight. Going to have to be a fight that ends very quickly. Bitarasi, though, with the sliding spray. With that bolt, going to have to use that cat wall to give himself a bit of cover here. Kuma does have that golden armor, so he can heal up real quick with these shield cells. And now it is a battle to get into the zone. But Kinotrope Gaming, they smell blood, and 2 hostiles left. And here comes one Tappy. Oh, the plant! The plant eats all the bullets, but it doesn't matter. Sammy is out. Area 310. Nowhere to be found. Kinotrope. The cleanup is here, and they get the easy clear here from that checkpoint entrance. Mill. Still no space to work with here for any of the teams. Even the backside is occupied, and they barely have any cover here. And Kokolobi. What is the game plan here for CCG? Maybe play on top, but O2 is just going to grief here from the back, so I think it's a rough spot. It is a rough spot. You can't play inside as well. Yeah, so maybe that side? Yeah, that side of the roof is going to be safe, but as soon as Riddle starts to come in, very dangerous angle that you have to hold, as well as the other teams starting to come in from the south side as well. If Fennel and Mose have to find some positions here, they're going to play the roofs, and there's going to be some poking going on between them and Kokolobi Gaming. But CCG looking for the bigger fish here instead. Gonna destroy some of the doors here, Maya. But CCG, they're just trying to make their presence known, so Play Outside is aware that there's a team on the outside.
We've got a bad guy. Up here.
But Fennel, double balloon. He's gonna get shot first. It's just gonna be a bit of juking going on between these 2 balloons, but Pinoter, alright, gonna start to fly in. Is gonna have to probably land on the roof of the mill, but that one's already occupied. That one's already occupied, but they don't mind if it's occupied or not. They are gonna go for the roof as well. Pinoter does have the smokes to block off the vision of whoever is on the left side, and that's going to be Riddle Order. Riddle Order looking to poke some of the members on towards the top side, but the cat wall has been used to block some of the vision off. And instead, Fennel, they want to go for the kills actually from the right side wall. Opportunity of a lifetime to get rid of Riddle Order super early in this game, and Fennel, they're going to use the Rolling Thunder. No cover whatsoever from the side of Riddle. Man, everyone's holding their breath. Oh, look at the damage from the Bang ult, and Pinoter with an absolute heave from this Bangalore, and that's Riddle Order out in 13th. Another unlucky string of events for the side of Riddle Order, who are just trying to play the backside of this wall, but as soon as SBI heard something from the backside, Sankryu instantly popping that Rolling Thunder. Not letting anyone play their side of the map at least. But they have to fend off O2 though. That is the problem. They have to fend off O2. They have to fend off Fennel, who's also starting to harass their side of the map. Kinotrope as well, looking over the horizon of that roof. It's going to be a very, very close round 5. And SBI Esports rolling on through. Good shots. Does not get the full kill though. Army trying to get something, but it's actually Mikey with the finishes instead. Good damage from Army, but all the KP goes in the way of Mikey. It doesn't matter. All the team benefits from it anyways. 12 squads left. Round 5 circle. And everyone's hearts are going to stop as the countdown does tick 30. Ultic cells have to be popped here. Gold bag in the hands of Justna at the moment. And now, oh, the gen is available for their sake as well. That's going to be big going into this final spot. But Mose is now eliminated from the outside, and this is where all hell breaks loose. One side of the mill is going to close into the other. Northeption on the outside. Reject getting absolutely beamed from every single team. That is already looking over the hill. TIE trying to recover, but there's a Rolling Thunder on towards the left side. Good shots coming in from the side of Sinak and NCH. Well, oh, the fight back. Sinak with a Mozambique in a round 5 circle. How does that happen? Reject Winity is eliminated. Good shots here from the side of Sinak. Rejecting Reject Winity's chance to go deeper in this game. TIE is also eliminated as well. Crazy Raccoon with a really good hold as they're playing around the generator at the moment. It's eating all the nades, all the projectiles with the exception of bullets. And Mia K gonna get a person here from the side of O2. Circle's gonna close in 50 seconds, but there's already teams scrambling to see if they can get as much kills as possible. Good shots from One Tappy. Kotaman's gonna go down. That nade's gonna seal it. Not just yet. Nade is a bit short. And Justna with the Kraber. Could be the game changer. Could be the one that can actually lose him the game if he's not careful. Jung-hee getting absolutely beamed. But does have that new castle ult to block off the backside. But they do have time because of these reinforces. Justna with the sniper looking for some angles here. SBI Esports eliminated now. Kinotrope trying to capitalize on this, but it seems like the Kraber isn't going to be enough. 210 to the face. Mia K gonna go down, but is it going to be enough? Crazy Raccoon, Jung-hee, known for his mechanics, known for his insanity on those SMGs, but Crazy Raccoon going to be eliminated. But Kinotrope right up next. Might have been a mistake to actually challenge KN there, but it's the only play that they saw. Going into this final circle, Kokolobi Gaming is only a solo at this point. Northeption also going down. That's one down for them. O2 Esports going to be eliminated, but Yucapero going down is not the best news for them. Everyone's looking over their shoulder. Yucapero might have enough. Actually, they might have enough time to go for the res if the smoke does block off the vision temporarily. But play outside. Playing inside here instead. Arikane taking their sweet time. Once again, it's you. You with the rat play once again. And here comes play outside, finally ringing true to their name. And here comes the finishes onto the rest of NTH. It's only Razy alive and his 2 knockdown shields with him. And Tanpopo is going to take him down. Northeption out in the top 4th spot at least. Play outside, going to start to toss some of these nades, try and get some of the members going through. And that is you going out in 3rd. That's good rattage by him so far. Got themselves a top 3 position, but here comes play outside versus the side of Kinotrope. Kinotrope looking to see if they can stamp their name on towards that 1st place. Play outside, not enough damage coming in. One Tappy gets 1, but they get 1 in return thanks to Arikana. Kinotrope, can they actually get this? No armor on towards 2 members, and that is just easy win for the side of Kinotrope. The absolute beamer from all 3 members. They get game 4, the first game of Stormpoint.
We have our Apex champions.
Are you happy now? Are you happy now?
And hello and welcome back to match day number 7 of the APAC North Pro League for ALGS 2024. My name is Sneaky Frog, of course, bringing you the commentary on the mic. And so far, we take a look at the match day scoreboard, of course. Keenostrope Gaming with a similar to what Fnatic did earlier with an absolute lead here in first place. SBI Esports pretty far behind here in second place. So this could be a battle for second place here for the rest of the squads. It is pretty thin in terms of the margin. Northeption can go for it. SBI can keep the second place spot. Reject Winity is also a candidate in this situation. So, you know, it's going to be a dogfight between top 2 up until top 10. And that's going to be very interesting to follow in this one. As speaking of following, we are going to be following no contests, just like we said at the start of this game. 0 contests in World's Edge, 0 contests here in Storm Point. So we like it peaceful here in the APAC North side. And, you know, just put it in the... We're going to be in the backseat for a while, watching these teams loot peacefully up until someone rotates and they decide to actually go for the fight. Then we can get some action going. But as the game does start, good old droppy drops here. We did get what we asked for here in the game, which is a left side circle. So maybe we can get an east, maybe an easterly circle this time instead of that west. And we're going to be A-okay. And maybe just to end things off here in today's games, we can have another banger in Devastated Coast if, you know, the gods of Respawn do allow it here. But it's going to be the same old drops for every single member here. One a bit far from the side of O2, but I think they're just trying to grab the accessory loot of the side of Realize here and is going to go out on that Trident. Maybe try and prevent them from getting a Trident that is a bit too close for their way. So I think maybe they're going to meet each other just for the sake of taking this Trident out, but I think Realize someone has already yoinked it, unfortunately, for their side, so they're going to have that card going for this rotation, spotting out the rest of the teams. Techwing in the Broken Armory. Seems like they got some really good loot. Nemesis and a Vault, and the Nemesis has been of really high use as of recent, actually. So, I mean, teams still prioritizing that gun despite the drop in popularity here. But to be fair, the Nemesis is still an absolute shredder, especially if paired up with 3x and or a 2x4x. But we are gonna take a look at this circle very soon, as you know, everyone is still doing their due diligence. Rampage Nemesis for the side of Dogma. I think Dogma could be looking for that Hemlock instead. He's been very effective with that weapon as of recent, and as we do take a look at the map, it is another checkpoint banger, potentially. It is dragging away from the side of Down Beast, so I imagine it's I'm not sure about checkpoint. Maybe gonna pull in towards where the trenches are once again, so it could be another trench zone. So TIE is already at that spot, so they're already in a perfect position to just wait it out here in North Pad. So they're gonna be chilling. And for the teams that are on the polar opposite side of the map, also known as Techwing, it's going to be quite the ways journey before they can get here to North Pad. They might run into either Crazy Raccoon or Area 310 or even North Eption if they decide to rotate a bit later than usual. But Enter Force 36, they already recognized the zone just from this first circle and just from this first read. And they already got on the gazebo already here in the trenches. So they know what's about to happen here going into that round 5 and 6 circle. So they are going to be chilling for now. Yeah, it's just going to be a whole lot of this going on in the trenches. TIE just trying to outpoke E36 here. E36 doesn't want to get involved unless your name is Panic. Then you want to get really involved and try and get that Evo right back up to blue. As, yeah, all of the teams starting to see if they can transfer on over to these other buildings. I think most of the teams finally realize that it is a trench zone. So most of the teams are now looking to see if they can get a good position. E36 is already there at the gazebo, one of the best spots that you can ask for. And it does end there when the trenches do come up with these endgame zones. So potential for an endgame there is very, very high, but TIE does have their own gazebo as well. So they are going to be A-okay as of now. So rest of the squad still filing on in. Probably some meetings are going to happen here in Checkpoint, but teams that are going to decide to go the long way around, like Techwing here, might decide to run into Play Outside or SBI or Realize with Shoei instead. Still a lot of options for the team here. Where to go in this situation. HAO scouting things out. A very nice time for most of the teams rotating in. Not much disturbance, honestly. And then everyone is just paying a really respectful Apex at this very moment. So Moze is still on the outside. Vortex, Key, no trope as well. No one deciding to go in just yet. I mean, it's still pretty early. Crazy Raccoons already found themselves at the bottom side of the zip line. Of the big zip, at least. And Riddle Order is still in checkpoint, but they're going to go a bit high when it comes to this balloon, and they're just going to fly over the mountain. Problem is, do they even have a spot in the zone? Maybe the backside, one of the trenches. It's not looking good, bro. It's not looking good. Riddle, you're gonna need a stroke of luck here. Honestly, it's not been good placements for your team for the past few times. It has been a pretty bad day for Riddle Order so far. Just like I said, this is similar to what Kinotrope went through in day one before they had such a stellar performance going into this game. And here we go. Reject Winity already in the spot in North Pad. They got a bit of a high ground here, so they can see some of the players playing the gazebo. And they can see some of the players playing the dugout side. So they are aware of the presence here of Riddle Order already in the dugout. So that could be something in the plans here for the side of Reject. And look at the amount of utility just flying on over to Riddle. They are getting bullied by Valk. And they are getting bullied by Crypto at the same time. The ult and the missiles coming in. And Saku already eating the ground super early in this game. And Reject just trying to play survival at this point. They want to be left alone, but no one is going to be willing to leave them alone for this free KP. Even the charge rifle from you is disturbing them at the moment. Riddle Order. Oh, everyone is looking at this team. They flew right on in. Basically a beacon of attention towards their side. And man, they're just trying to play survival here. They do still have all 3 members left alive. They're going to be fine for now. Don't want to go too far forward though. Some teams also flying in. Most usually the later rotators here. They do have the spiders. I wonder if the spiders are still alive here. And it is actually. Maybe they can farm the spiders a bit, but no, they're going to decide to rotate. But we're going to take a look at the map, and it is the classic trenches zone. A whole lot of teams
Let's reposition there.
trying to play a game of inches here. With round 2 closing. Area 310 already with a really good position. Crazy Raccoon still outside of the zone. And Vortex Wolf still in Lightning Rod. Taking their sweet time. I think they're just crafting. Maybe they're going to balloon on out back to Command Center and see what they can do from there. But the boys from the side of TechWing has already made it. So Vortex Wolf going to be one of the 2 teams that are playing the outside of the zone. But Crazy Raccoon, or Vortex, is really committed in denying Crazy Raccoon this Lightning Rod, I guess, but they're just going to fly on over to Command Center. Probably, I wouldn't say they're going to take the cannon. That is not the thing that you should do here. That is for sure, but 25 seconds left on the clock. They do have the ring console that they can pop at the roof of this building. So they're going to have a slight idea of what is happening going into round 3. And it is going to be further deep in towards North Pad. And it's not going to be a checkpoint zone. Just like I said, that gazebo that E36 is holding at the moment, that is the spot that might win you the entire game. If you can hold that one, then you are going to be in a prime position to get the dub, my friend, for game number 5. Meteor, though, already suffering a casualty. 3 nades. Oh, my word. They really want to kill this guy. That's 4 nades. 5. Can we get a 6? Okay, no. All right. They ran out of nade, guys. But, oh, Nemu. Insta-pop on the EMP. No one is entering this. And you can see the team already with the X-rays. That's TIE running away as fast as possible. They do not want to get caught in a precarious situation. Not inside of a room with Meteor in it. And especially with Roki being on that Gibby, he could actually reset the fight with that bubble and offer some angles here for the shotguns of the team. But at the moment, 2 teams kind of occupying the side of North Pad here. It is Reject Winity with a bit of high ground. And Riddle Order right below them, playing very careful. Hopefully they're playing very quiet as well. You don't want to get spotted here by Reject Winity, because as soon as this drop-off comes, you want to be the first ones to have the move here and not the side of Reject. And look at play outside. They're just sneaking past Beast right now. And who are they sneaking past? They're sneaking past Realize with Shoy. But do they know? Rampart already said it. Someone could sneak right back up. And I think they realize that someone is right behind them. And realize... Well, I mean, they realize that someone is right behind them here. So play outside, gonna stay inside this time. And let's see what they can do from here. Play outside. Having a bit of a head glitch here, but maybe want to move up a bit. Not too far forward, though. And here comes the damage. Oh, first one down already for the side of Realize. They get the insta-down. Watage wanting to go forward here. Tanpopo's already on the inside. Arcstar's nades. Everything is about to be flown through, but none of the nades actually hit on the mark at all. And play outside. Still pretty safe in their position. Realize was Shoy. Already losing one here. Pretty careful fight from both sides. Realize Washoy has one option, which is go the other way. And try and see if he can just live as much as possible here. And it is looking rough at the moment. Play outside. They can actually opt out of this position, but they don't want the respawn to happen. So they're going to take their sweet time. Just here. Not moving too much. I think they have the advantage, and they realize that they have the advantage. O2 Esports as well. In towards the side of Down Beasts. And here comes Realize. I think they realize that there is also a team on the other side, but O2 not known just yet, but I think they're looking for that timing as soon as they hear that certain ring of a team going down. Realize being the victim here. Oh my god, even on the outside, as soon as they went outside, Synap, also known as Panic, making the side of Realize Washoy panic as well. And play outside. Oh, they spot O2 Esports first though. Great shots with the Mozambique. 56 less. And are they going to go for it? Watage's already down. That's the first one down for the side of play outside. That's a 1-for-1 so far. O2 Esports, that's a great reinforce. That's going to delay the fight by quite a lot. And that is going to be the death of Kodaman as well. Watage is down, but is resable. Conduit ultimate. Oh, it's going to really block everything off. And they need to reinforce this. Where is Tanpopo where you need them? And you can see the Trident just speeding off. They don't give a single damn about this fight. And even then, one of the member falls, gets left behind. Not like this. Not like this in Army. I think he's the one crawling out in the open here. Not the best situation. But O2 Esports going to be eliminated. Synak out of the picture. Enter Force 36. The best spot in the zone being contested at the moment. You can't blame the other team for doing so. And that is going to be Kinotrope, actually one of the top teams, if not the top team in this lobby at the moment. And they're going to try to fight for it. Pops the Rolling Thunder, prevents any roof play from happening. Instead is actually Arufa using that Horizon Q to further avoid the Rolling Thunder. But it's not going to be a full fight just yet. Play outside, looking to see if they can go around Grief. The side of KN a bit. Mia K gets the kill on Ilian. Great shots here from Synap, but oh, that's the Conduit right there. Conduit moment. The temp shields beating you. Oh, yoy, but play outside. They do get the swap. Instant EMP though. What can they do about this? E36 is eliminated. Meteor is here this time on the gazebo. And Roki, can you finish this? Oh, 2 missed shots on the Mastiff. Not like this. Kuroton, can you at least get the finish? You can see the man batting right below you. Flesh is all one tap he was. And where is Arufa in this madness? Arufa is trying to survive as much as possible here. He somehow, or actually Kuroton ends up as the kill leader for their entire lobby, but it's not actually going to end up on the gazebo just yet. It's actually the gazebo that SBI is holding, so this could be a bit of wrong information for some of the teams here. And look at SBI, just looking over the horizon, looking to poke most of the teams on the other gazebo here. That's going to be a death. Meteor is now eliminated. Play outside. Saved by the side of SBI temporarily. They need to get the armor swaps here immediately. We can see Fennel flying through. Oh, whoa. Went Chris Brown there for a second there, but Kurihara, oh, they made it just in between the rocks. Right through the gap, right through. Oh, CR is eliminated? Oh, what? What just happened? Reject? Once again, from the top side, being the gods of this lobby are actually playing gods in this lobby. They get to decide who lives and who dies from any of the squads here in the high ground. Play outside, looking to go for a push, finally going far forward, but look at the damage from Mose. HAO, everyone is 1 HP. Techwing is eliminated. Mose with an absolute beamer of a damage. And even then, you know Mose is not afraid to be outside of the zone. HAO eliminated. 10 squads left. Play outside on the trenches, trying to survive and trying to play whatever little cover that they have in these corners. And it is trench warfare between these two teams. Play outside and Mose at the moment. Riddle as well wanting to dip their toes in, but Mose is shooting back really well. Saku gets the armor swap. Newcastle ult is cut in half. And it's not even theirs. Looking at Mose's position at the moment, they can move a bit forward here. And I think they're going to have to fight. Riddle order. Vortex Wolf is on the other side of the trench. But I don't think they care about this fight. They care more about the flank that could be incoming here from the side of Fennel, POS, and also SBI. But here comes SBI though. Army already getting Momon in the process. Kokolobi Gaming is eliminated in the background. And once again, Reject Winity playing God. They get to decide who lives and who dies, who wins, and who doesn't. Reject Winity that on top the entire time. The triple take, the Nemesis. They're out of ammo from all the poking that they're doing. 21 in the chamber, and it's all 2 digits in terms of the ammo here for the side of Reject Winity, so they have to be careful. They cannot run out of ammo in this last zone. And Mo's looking comfortable in the bottom side of this trench, even drawing a little M with the Watson fences. Play outside. Airigane trying to roll on forward. Play outside has been playing game of aces here. Oh, but they catch someone still batting. Gets a bat off in time, and that is going to be Army going down. Play outside has the green light to go forward, even to get some loot in the process. Getting some bullets, getting some meds. They got a good spot as well, but they still have to go through the trenches. Vortex Wolf is in front of them. Vortex Wolf trying to play survival here, but they got the better spot. They can just crawl it into the zone, and it is only Pinoter left for the side of Fennel, so someone's going to climb up on that, and that's going to be Famous. Getting Pinoter in the process, and here comes the push on towards Vortex Wolf. That's going to be Arikana getting the first kill with the Prowler. The damage is real. Vortex Wolf cannot fight back at all. Kuma left, and Vortex Wolf eliminated. However, play outside. They got a member down. They need to get him right back up. The zone is not closing in just yet. However, Mose this entire time was just in the low ground, out of the sight lines of Reject. The best position that they can ask for at the moment. And this one is going to be one of those zones where you have to hold your breath, where you have to hold it. You do not know who is going to come out on top. Even Reject Winity has a chance to lose this if they do time this push wrong. If they time this jump off wrong, Mose has an opportunity to shoot right back up into the scoreboard. But Reject has an opportunity to seal off first place, even get some extra points in the process, to gain more domination in this lobby. Play outside also a factor as well. They can just walk it into the zone while everyone is fighting, but Mose is going to be their main problem as they're trying to get into this one. But as soon as CIE attempts to even touch Reject here, POS is going to roll on forward, and here we go. This is what I was talking about. They are now prepping to see if they can go for Mose here. They do get the scan information for the Bloodhound team, and I think that was the side of Mose. Here comes the smoke. TIE also playing the slow ground. It's going to be a slow game for most of these teams. Everyone's playing under stairs. Reject Winity, though, if they can force everyone to play low ground here, they can actually take the high ground to themselves. But TIE now spotted in towards the stair side, and Reject Winity, you might want to pause. You guys jumping down, you have to take down TIE first. You don't want them to be a problem going into this zone, because you're going to have to focus on Mose and POS, who is currently playing on the middle of that dome. But there is the stairs that they have to worry about right under as well. Rolling Thunder is a factor that they have to consider. Instead, they pop some balloons in the process. Sangjoon still on top of things. He can actually go into here late, but he's actually getting shot from the top side. And here comes Reject. Let's see if they can close the game. Putting down that generator immediately. They can hear someone batting. Oh, goes through the wall. 99 with the PK. 49 once again, but not the finish just yet. This is quite the end game. Not anyone is going down to simple PK shots, and that's going to be TIE eliminated. POS is eliminated as well. And here comes Mo's opportunity of a lifetime. This is actually a weakened Reject Quinity that they can go for. Good shot from that, but they get one down. Obby punches someone in the face. Here comes a PK, and Reject Quinity instead steals off first place for themselves, and even then they get some additional points. Congratulations for winning Game 5.
We have our Apex champions.
And hello and welcome back to the ALGS Pro League for Apac North. Of course, we are here with the last game of the day. Reject Winnity solidly in first place, but not as solidly as before because Kinotrope is also on their tail with 64 points. And compared to earlier, I mean, this is pretty winnable for their side if Kinotrope can get another deep run in and Reject gets eliminated early. But the consistency from what we've been seeing from Reject so far has been amazing, honestly. Quite the improvement from the past few days that we have been seeing Reject Winnity. Sometimes they win very dominantly. At times they do get eliminated early, but that's just the way that the BR goes. But this time, Reject Winnity with a bit of a luck of the Irish here. But now they're collecting so many points, 71 on the board. It's going to take a while before anyone can catch up to them. So, you know, at the moment, second place, hoping for that first place to go 20th or worse. But with the way that the drops are going, no one's doing any contests. So Kinotrope not really risking anything at this very moment. They got a really good spot in Zoo Station as well. So they're going to have so much loot. So if you run into Kinotrope, you better run into that fight ready. But now we are going to have the last game of the day. It's been quite the long one. Not going to lie. Back-to-back. How many days have we been doing back-to-backs? Like 3? So day 1 was a 6-gamer. So that's 2, 3, 4. So that's 3 days worth of 12 games. So we have done, for the past 3 match days, 36 maps of Apex. And can't wait for more, honestly. So here we go. Drops are now incoming from all sides. And we are going to see who is going to end up on top and who is going to end up at the bottom of the scoreboard. And same old drops for every single team. I think the last problem for the teams who were rotating towards the North Pad, I mean, Reject, granted that they got there early, and the rotation wasn't really that far. So they were just kind of chilling near Cenote Cave, and as soon as they saw that circle draw in towards the North Pad side, they bolted quick. And they also guessed right on the circle, actually kind of hanging around North Pad for a bit, holding that high ground, making sure that no one is also playing their spot, even disturbing some of the teams in the low ground in the process. So quite the quite the achievement there for the side of Reject Winity. So bit of action here, bit of trident stealing at the moment in the Broken Armory. So we are going to see some lootage going on. TIE, it's been pretty alright day for them. Not going to lie, not too good, not too bad. Kind of middle of the pack at the very moment for the side of TIE. Looking to see if they can gain some redemption very, very soon. But yep, it's just going to be, almost at a default circle, but it's kind of like a very general circle instead. We're just going to see, possibly south? Maybe Pylon? Oh, I am so wrong. I couldn't be more wrong. Actually, it is going to be Cenote Cave around the north side as well, but kind of to the right of the mill. So maybe south zone where FL is kind of hanging out at the moment. Also could end up in the mill where it could pull near the God Rock, but could be wrong about that one as well. But Reject Winity, so far, it has been quite the stellar set of games rather, for them so far. Amazing amount of consistency that this team has brung out, and I think we kind of got a glimpse of it for the past few days. Of course, Sangjun with his wingman wizardry has been on one. Even though he doesn't have a wingman most of the time in some of these zones, Sangjun has been very effective with these marksman rifles, whether it is a G7 Scout, whether it is a 30-30. So, going to be interesting to see what he dishes out going into this one. And Obli already wanting to heat up the Rampage without the Thermite. Already lighting up some targets here in towards the distance. And that's going to be Kokolobi Gaming, who's just trying to peacefully pass through and try to get into Cascades. And Reject, who's already very comfortable here in Seto Station, in the middle of everything already. They probably took the best building here, and is going to use that vantage point. Very similar to what we saw here in Northpad. Going to be interesting to see how that pans out for them going into the late game, as the round one closing is now coming. Moze, KN, Vortex Wolf, the Satoshi Sparks, TIE, and SB going to take their sweet time getting into the zone. The others have already found some good spots within the zone itself. CCG playing in the backside of Reject, and Area 310 playing in the backside. Yeah, Reject as well. I mean, they're basically right next to CCG at this very moment. Oh my god, this is such a disgusting loot as well for the side of Sangjun. A car and a boat check. So, oh my god, this is going to be so much damage for the side of Reject. I'm not going to be surprised if they're probably going to have triple purple by the time that the round 3 closing rolls around, since they do have one of the best positions that they can ask for. And Sangjun smoking it off, making sure he gets that remaining heavy that is on the ground. So could be first interactions actually going in towards the side of Command Center, with Vortex Wolf possibly running into Moze, unless Moze goes for the longer rotation running on into Stormcatcher instead. But kind of depends on the pathing here for the side of Moze. If they do go towards the Command Center side in between the mountains, they are going to run into Vortex Wolf. But they're going to take their sweet time. But I think Vortex Wolf is going to do that themselves. They do want to go for something spicy here. Possibly a swing through in and around the corner. Reject Winty just holding it out at this very moment. Not wanting to really let go of his spot. We're going to wait and see what is about to happen here. They did spot the team who's also holding the backside. I think that is CCG. Reject is also fencing up this first floor, making sure it is not accessible for any of the other teams here. There we go. Just a bit of building action going on. Bit of a running action going on. The Satushi Sparks were fresh from the outside of the zone, already getting shot. But they make it inside of the pyramid, so it's one of the few spots that you can play as well. Especially when you do have that catalyst, you can stay inside for so long, just reinforce, and after that reinforce, you can reinforce again. Magical tool that this catalyst does have. Oh, but E36, is this Realize Washoy? Yes, it is! Oh my god! Panic snapping on this team. Realize Washoy out in 20th for the final game of the day. Not the best start, not the best finish for Realize Washoy. However, it's pretty good showing for them, honestly, for today's games. I've seen some moments where you can really say that they just outplayed the other team. So Realize Washoy really on the come up here, honestly. But now we can see most of the teams filing on into Seto Station. SBI Esports going on into the hill. Godrock is the plan. Mikey is that horizon, so he could just queue his friend right up to that spot. However, O2 Esports also in the vicinity as well. And a lot of teams already trying to play that Godrock, but no one's actually playing Godrock at the bottom instead. SBI, I like their position here. They got a lot of rocks to protect them in and around, so they could just shoot forward potentially here from their spot. But it kind of depends what is going to happen in towards their flank side. Sangjun doing a bit of damage with the smoke. And I think he's just trying to get purple as fast as possible. He's already 200 off of the Evo. And I like that Area 310 is actually taking in as much information as possible around them here. But Reject Quinity still staying in this spot in Seto Station. I would have thought that Reject Quinity would be one of the first teams to actually rotate towards where SBI, where O2 is actually sitting at the moment. But I think they already know that the POI is now surrounded. So if you just have one misstep, you're going to get shot by 3 different squads. And Pylon is also having itself a overpopulation problem going in towards the south side. And look at the amount of teams. Kenotrope is there, Northeption is there, Techwing is there as well. Crazy Raccoon is an earshot away, so they can go on through if they want to go for a third party. And speaking of Northeption, Yukapero already no armor for him. Miyake, no life whatsoever. Kenotrope already has 1 player down thanks to Yukapero and his antics. One tappy with the Kraber, not hitting anything, and it seems like despite having the Kraber, he might actually lose it in the process. Kenotrope, the team that is solidly in second at the moment, can lose their life, but still the gap between them and SBI is still pretty huge. However, if SBI can get a good spot in the zone, it could be game over for them. But Kenotrope, man, Autafa is going to go down as well. One tap, he has no choice but to rat it out as much as possible. He does have the Kraber, so he can provide further disturbance for anyone that is occupying this spot so far. But it's pretty calm here in Jurassic. See some teams in the distance. That is actually Riddle Order. As Kenotrope is just spotting things out. Riddle Order looking to see if they can clean up the rest of Northeption here. Techwing can also be a victim. And once again, Crazy Raccoon in earshot of this fight does not decide to go for it. Instead, they're going to go for the really long rotation inside of Barometer, and they're going to go in the backside. So they only have to deal with Meteor, and possibly a sandwich is going to go on between these two. But Northeption still in Jurassic having a hard time trying to get out thanks to Riddle Order and their antics. Northeption, if they can get a few good shots in with the triple take, maybe even a down, they could actually go and push Riddle Order here. But I like what Riddle Order is doing. It's not been the best of days for this squad, but they're still willing to go for plays that can really increase their points here. Northeption, one of those teams that they have beaten before in mechanical fights. Techwing trying to get the scraps of the fights that did just occur earlier. And let us see. TIE. In towards the top side. SB still holding that God spot in towards the back of the circle here. And Riddle Order trying to farm some KP, trying to farm some points for the Evo, but I think they're looking for points here, desperately even. I don't think it's a comfortable position being 14th at the moment, or rather 16th for the side of Riddle Order, so some points and maybe some placements as well can shoot them up all the way potentially to top 8, possibly top 6 if they do take out Northeption. E36 is out early, so opportunity to take over in the top 5, but that is going to be a long shot. That needs to be a 30-plus point game for the side of Riddle Order, but if it's any team to do it, it is them. Capable of it mechanically, but can they actually execute? That is the question. And the Ring already taking one of the members of Vortex Wolf down already.
I like the feel of that spot. Let's go.
Kuma is gonna eat the dirt.
We have a problem.
HAO getting some accessory loot in the background. Mo's looking to rotate a bit late at the classic Mo's method. Northeption having to play on the outside. Reject Unity is still in Seto Station. They just refuse to leave at all. And here comes Riddle Order attempting a rotate. Meltzera getting absolutely melted in the backside. Is going to have to pop a bat while he was sliding down through the mountain. And if they can get a quick reset, maybe they can force a fight here. But it is looking very, very difficult. Reject has a really good spot at the top of the building, but it is actually another squad. It's Sinak and the boys. There's also CCG. Sangjun is pretty far from his squad. And O2 Esports, only one member less. And if the other team does realize this, if Riddle Order realizes that this is only a 2-man squad, they're going to force the fight immediately here on the high ground to get a better position. And even Reject starting to poke some of these members off. Mo's going to be eliminated in the background. Northeption as well. So Mo's, instead of Riddle Order collecting these frags in the background, and Mo's, you know, despite dying, still got in a really good day today. Enter Force 36 looking to make a good day better with this fight. Aimbot, good crack. But I think they can maybe get the res going. But, oh, look at the fortress that they have with the new castle in towards the first floor. Kinotrope going to be eliminated. Oh, no. Opportunity for the side of Reject Winity to really seal off this first place, but I think they've already sealed it. So many teams flying, so many teams falling. Riddle Order is gone. Satuchi is gone as well. Reject Winity looking to seal off first place for themselves, but I think they've already sealed it. This is all just formalities at this point for this squad. But let us see who is going to get that second place. Sangjun with an absolute toss of a nade, taking down Sammy from the side of Vortex Wolf. And Reject Winity, they are not done just yet. They still have to deal with HAO, who is in the corner of the map. But I think Reject is in the mode where they really do not care about KP anymore. They really don't care about points. They see a man, they're going to push him. Kuma on his own, on his lonesome. Sangjun getting absolutely spiked, but they get back into safety. But they have to be careful through those windows, my friend. They do not have bulletproof glass. Gonna have to play a little bit of musical chairs in the background, and it is only Kuma left, the first man to fall to the zone. And you can see in the background his teammates turned into death boxes. Unfortunate. But, oh, it's now play outside, playing the best position in this zone. That backside gonna be occupied, but there is also the right side being fought by Crazy Raccoon. At this very moment, they still do have the new castle wall to work with. Jung-hee, no HP, no armor. Oh, wait, that would be a sick Arc Star, actually, if it does go through. Problem is, they do not have any information whether there is a generator inside. Oh, but Jung-hee gonna have to call the shield in towards their side. It's gonna look a bit rough as there is another squad incoming, and there is gonna be Kokolobi Gaming going in for a dip, but O2 Esports as well, wanting to be first in this meal. Great shots from the Mozambique, the hammer point being so effective. Sinak getting so much KP for his squad, and he might even get all three. Has to time it correctly as the tick of the thermite can't take it. But the conduit is gonna go down. They do have the benefit of the new castle ulti to play with, but they get Arcstar from the top of the roof. Here comes the spray from Enter Force, but they get out at the same time. Great teamwork here for the side of V36, and great self-control because they do know that Meteor is also looking for this play. really good catwall in the process. Aimbot can get some good angles as soon as he climbs on this roof, and that he does. Good shot from the Havoc. Not going to get the crack, though, but at least he's going to prevent any roof plays from happening from the side of E36. So really good hold for the side of O2 Esports so far, but SBI, we're going to take it to them. They're also fighting for their lives here, and possibly it is going to be Reject Winity right in front of them. Karanpi, the last one left alive. Can the first place team continue their dominance in this lobby? And yes, they will. SBI Esports is eliminated. This is not even needed. This is just a statement wanting to be made by the side of Reject Winity that we are the best in this lobby. We are number one, and we are going to remind you of it. Reject, absolute hammer of a game for them so far. Vortex Wolf, though. Oh, and of course, it's the Rat. The Ratatouille from the side. Kuma. The Thermite can be thrown. Sangjun going to be eliminated, but here comes the respawn beacon. Going to be here very quickly. Quick and easy revive for them. Kuma, you might have a nade, but they do have a mobile respawn beacon to bring their boy back. However, this is going to bring attention to the side of Reject Winity. This could be a bad position, turn into a good position if they can play it right. It is all up to the man with the bow check. Karanpi. They have to take out Kuma, though. Kuma is just on his own, being a menace. Doing the opposite of what Rats are doing. Instead of staying quiet, he is actually going a bit loud. He's taking the loud route of the Rat. But Kuma down to 1 HP. Happy to be worried about that right side. Bit of revenge from the side of your boys over at Reject. You gave us a nade. We're going to give you a kill. Vortex Wolf out in 8th, though. That's going to be a fine result for them. HAO doing a bit of shredding on the side. Not much hits from the side of right. Karanpi down to 1 HP. And look at the amount of bodies falling in towards this round 5 closing. And this might actually just end here, honestly. Not much cover to work with. And it is only POS that has a house at the current moment. Enter Force 36. Bit hesitant to go forward here. No digi threat on that Nemesis. It is not allowed. And look at O2. Oh, they do not get the kill. KP in time, but O2 Esports eliminate themselves from the zone, and Reject Winity is out. That's fine. That's a top 5 finish. That's first for them. But what is going to happen in this final zone? Enter Force 36. If they can win this, actually, with the amount of kills that they have, they can surpass SBI Esports for 3rd. Kinotrope is in danger as well if this is a good game for the side of E36 with 4 squads left. Fences are going to be taken down. Play outside. Going to get pushed in. Here comes HAO. 5ZT is going to get Tanpopo. Watage is going to be taken down. Play outside is gone. HAO, 4 kills for their side. Kokolobi Gaming gets it down on right. But where is E36 and all of this madness? They are going to dodge the EMP for now. So that is going to be every single armor barely broken. And here comes E36. They need to collect all of these kills before the kills do go through. But they only get 3. E36 are the champions, but did they get enough to get 3rd place? We are going to know in a bit.
We have our Apex champions.
I just wish he knew.
a banger of a day here in APAC North. And here we are with the match day scoreboards. 6 games have been played, and Reject Winnity with a dominant lead of 82 points in first place. So I think they're going to get some additional points as well for that one with the amount of lead that they have. So Kinotrope as well on second place. Look at the gap between first and second though. I knew Enter Force 36 was capable of getting that second place. They just needed to get all the wipes in that last fight, but they didn't. HAO got all the kills. Kokolobi was basically dead at that point. So yeah, congratulations to E36 though. They edged out SBI for that third place. SBI getting fourth. Moe's getting fifth. Not too bad. Big improvement from their last results. Usually holding in towards the bottom side of the top 10, and now they find themselves in the top 5. So congratulations to them. Northeption, Play Outside, HAO, O2 Esports, and Crazy Raccoon. I mean, had some really good games today, but the consistency was a bit off for some of the teams here. And I think the biggest disappointment here, I wouldn't say disappointment, that hurts too much. I kind of love these players, man. I don't want to impose that emotion on them, but I think I would have wanted to see a better result from the side of Riddle Order, considering they're doing okay in scrims. They're doing really well in some of these other games, but unfortunately, just like I said, they got the Kinotrope luck from day number 1, and they couldn't get anything started. Every rotation they wanted to do, they failed the fight every single time. And I mean, it just happens, man. That's just the way that the BR goes. Fennel also not too high of a result for them. The Vortex Wolf Boys trying as they may. Techwing at 19th. And I think the best result for Techwing was actually getting top 10. Satoshi Sparks as well. Not the best showing, but that just goes to show how close the competition is here for the side of APAC North. But once again, congratulations towards the side of Reject Winnity for getting first place, Kinotrope for getting second, Enter Force for getting third. And that is it for the ALGS APAC North Pro League match day number 7. My name is Sneaky Frog. Shout out to all the behind the scenes crew, Rex Lilly, and everyone else behind the scenes. And we are gonna bid you goodbye.
When I see you